Leading off at the top of the first, shortstop number 4, Garrett Baumhofer.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Linn-Mar Baseball. Kale Sleezer on the mic, and man, oh man, is it good to be back here. Spent the year at Iowa State. I'm back here calling games for the Linn-Mar Lions, and that is strike number 1 to Garrett Baumhofer. Just like to apologize. Camera's being a bit spotty tonight, so do my best to keep you fine folks updated. Count is 0-1. Here's the pitch, and that'll be in the dirt for ball number 1. Beautiful day for baseball here in Marion, Iowa. Blake Dobbenmeyer on the hill for the Lions right now. Here's the windup in the pitch, and that is fouled back toward the screen, and it'll be 1-2. Dobbenmeyer looking to start off the game with a strikeout. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. And down goes Garrett Baumhofer for out number 1. Strikeout number 1 for Blake Dobbenmeyer.
Number 2, Nick Bryant.
Here comes Nick Bryant. One away here, top 1. There's the pitch, and a little bit inside there. Ball number 1. Here's the windup in the pitch. And that'll paint the corner for strike number 1. Good pitch there from Dobbenmeyer. Lower outside corner on that one, and it's 1-1. This is game 1 of a doubleheader tonight. Here's the pitch. Swung, popped up, foul. And can't quite find it that time. I believe that was Dylan Page, the catcher, lost it in the sun there. Wind blew that ball a little bit. That'll be a foul ball, so that'll be a 1-2 count on Nick Bryant. And just outside that time. So counts even at 2-2. Sawyer Nauman on deck for the Bobcats. Playing the Dubuque Bobcats tonight. Dubuque in the red, Linn-Mar in the white. The 2-2. Swung on, lifted to left field. Running back, and can't quite make the catch in center field. This is going to be at least 3. Bryant will go into third standing for a 1-out triple. And good hustle by the Linn-Mar center fielder, but not quite there. That ball just kept on carrying. So it'll be runner on third with 1 away with Sawyer Nauman. Nauman, the first baseman in tonight's game. So the Bobcats are in business with 1 out. There's the camera cooperating. A little less blurry now. First pitch is outside fastball, ball 1. Bobcats threatening to strike first. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, fouled back to the screen, and now leaving it up 1-1. Nice to have fans back in the stands this year. Remember working these games last year, we were out on the bleachers in front of the press box. Fans in the bleachers, I should say. There was spacing in the outfield last year for fans, but they're much closer to us this year working the game, as that is an outside fastball for ball 2. Got fans in the bleachers in large numbers for the first time since I've been back, at least. First game I've worked since getting back from Iowa State. The 2-1 is another outside fastball. 3-1. Dobbenmeyer seems to be trying to paint that outside edge of the zone with that fastball. Shortstop playing right on the edge of the grass for Linn-Mar. 3-1 is upstairs for ball number 4, and that'll be runners on the corners with 1 away. Catcher number 28, Bryn Van Tiger. Brent Van Tiger, the catcher, up now for the Bobcats. Cleanup man looking to do damage. Linn-Mar looking for that double play ball here to get out of trouble. Dobbenmeyer started off strong with a strikeout, but a triple and a walk. Has 2 ducks on the pond with 1 out. Here's the pitch. And that is hit hard down the right field line, but foul by about 10-15 feet. Good level swing there from Van Tiger. That'll make the count 0-1. Dobbenmeyer looks back to first. Conservative lead out there. Swung on, fouled away toward the home dugout, and that'll make the count 1-2, or 0-2, excuse me. Dobbenmeyer looking to get out of trouble here in this Bobcat half of the first. Brent Van Tiger looking to capitalize with a runner 90 feet away from run number 1 in game 1 of this doubleheader. Here's the wind and the pitch, and that is called strike 3. Fastball right at the knees, and Van Tiger just watched it go by. That is out number 2. A key strikeout there for Dobbenmeyer.
Now batting for Bobcats, the pitcher, number 8, Isaac Ben.
This will be Isaac Ben, the pitcher, batting now for the Bobcats. Here's pitch number 1 of the at-bat, and that'll be a called strike on the edge. Dobbenmeyer really looking to paint that outside edge of the strike zone with that fastball. Really nibbling at the edges. That's what you try and do as a pitcher. Here's the 0-1. Swung on. Light grounder to shortstop. Throw to first is in time, and the Lions get out of it. Dobbenmeyer pitches into trouble but gets right back out, and that will bring us to the end of the top of the first. Lions coming up right after this.
Linn-Mar, center fielder number 1, Dominic O'Hara.
Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. For those of you just joining us, Linn-Mar getting out of a jam in the top of the first, and Dominic O'Hara leading it off in the Lions half of the first. That'll be an outside fastball for ball number 1 on the center fielder, O'Hara. And that will just miss the zone. Down low for ball number 2. Isaac Ben on the hill for the Bobcats. Lefty. Here's the windup and the pitch, and that'll be in the dirt. 3-0 now on O'Hara. Lions looking to get in business here early. 3-0 count on O'Hara. Here's the pitch. And that'll be in there for a strike. Not the worst thing in the world to take a strike there. My philosophy is you never want to make an out on a 3-0 pitch. The 3-1 to Olhava. Swung on, that's into right field. That ball's going back. That's going to get behind the right fielder. Olhava is going to have at least 2 here. He's rounding and going for third. Olhava going into third and standing up safely, and that's a leadoff 3-bagger for the center fielder. Giving a high five to the third base coach. And the Lions are in business early. Ball's carrying very well today.
Shortstop number 5, Henry Reed.
And that'll bring up Henry Reed, the shortstop. First pitch to Reed is in the dirt. Good stop there by the catcher, Van Tiger. Just about got behind him. So that'll be 1-0. The 1-0 is in there for a strike, painted the corner. So Isaac Ben has himself in a sticky situation here for the Bobcats, top of the first. Reed looking to capitalize, and that'll be inside there. Reed leaning back a bit there. Counts 2-1. Lions looking to strike first in game 1. That is fouled back and behind the screen. Loud bang on the bleachers. And that'll make the count 2-2. Apologize if the camera seems a bit spotty tonight, folks. Wires don't want to quite cooperate as that ball is fouled down the third baseline. Count will remain 2-2. Leadoff triple by Dom Olhava. Henry Reed looking to capitalize. 2-2. That is hit into right field, and the Lions strike first. Reed rounds first, and he will park it 90 feet away from home plate on the right side. And the Lions lead 1-0. As I get that scoreboard updated. RBI single by Henry Reed. That'll bring up Kane Dubuque. So Lions strike first. Still no outs here in the bottom of the first. This is exactly how you want to start a doubleheader. Put the pressure on. That's a strike on the corner. So both pitchers looking to nibble at that outside edge with the fastball so far. Henry Reed getting a respectable lead off of first. Throw back to first. Reed's safe. Kane Deitmeyer looking to keep the line moving for the Lions. Here's the 0-1. And that is in the dirt and away from the catcher. And Reed will advance to second. So counts 1-1 now, and another runner in scoring position for the Lions. Linn-Mar is in a great position to really pour on the runs early, as Reed gets about a 8-foot lead off a second. That ball is hit right to first base. That'll be out number 1, but Reed does advance to third. So not a wasted at-bat by any means by Kane Deitmeyer, and that'll bring up Zach Ray.
Left fielder number 15, Zach Ray.
So that'll be out number 1. Henry Reed at third. Zach Ray, the cleanup man, looking to get that second run across for Linn-Mar. Here's the pitch, and that is high for ball 1. All you need here is a fly ball deep enough to the outfield to get the sac fly. Henry Reed does have speed. That's a fly ball to left field. Still carrying. This should drive in a run. Ball is caught. Reed will tag. And that'll be the second run. Just what the doctor ordered. And it's now 2-0 Linn-Mar. Sacrifice fly there by Zach Ray. That'll bring up McKay Jelinek.
Designated hitter number 10, Kate Jelinek.
Jelinek is the DH for Dobbenmeyer, the pitcher. First pitch to him is high for ball 1. Here's the wind and the 1-0, and that is down low for ball 2. Isaac Ben trying to pitch out of a rough first inning for the Bobcats. Jelinek looking to keep the line moving. The line's looking to string together a 2-out rally as that's up high for 3-0. So that's the second 3-0 count that Isaac Ben has issued in the top of this first inning. Here's the 3-0. And that's outside for ball 4. So Jelinek is on first, and that'll bring up Andrew Knipper.
First baseman number 11, Andrew Knipper.
Knipper at first base in game 1 of this doubleheader. Knipper does have a bit of pop in that bat. Here's the pitch, and that'll paint the corner for strike number 1. Seeing a lot of fastball strikes called on the corner tonight. Both pitchers trying to utilize that lower outside corner. Here's the 0-1. That's outside. So triple RBI single, 3 unassisted, sac fly, and a walk so far for the Lions. That's gotten 2 runs across with the man on. And Knipper thought about it but held up at a high fastball, and that's 2-1. 2 away here in the bottom of the first. Lions still looking to pour on some more runs here. Up 2-0 early in game 1 of this varsity doubleheader. As that's hit right up the middle for a base hit. Rounding second and holding is Jelinek. And the Lions do indeed keep the line moving. That'll bring up Manny Weiss.
Third baseman number 7, Manny Weiss.
Singles up the middle like that always make you a little bit nervous, because with the pitcher and his windup at the end of it, he doesn't necessarily have a lot of time to react to that, but fortunately the ball tailed away from his head a bit. Seen a lot of gruesome injuries in the major leagues with balls hitting him. We're going to have a pitching change here in the bottom of the first.
Pitching change for the Bobcats. Coming in, number 1, Jake Goodman.
It's going to be Jake Goodman coming in for the Bobcats. So, the Dubuque coach taking no chances here. We'll be back in just a minute. Let the pitcher warm up. Lions up 2-0, 2 away in the bottom of the first. Welcome back to Lin-Mar Baseball. For those of you just joining us, Western Dubuque making a pitching change here in the bottom of the first. Lin-Mar up 2-0 as the first pitch to Manny Weiss is down low for ball number 1. Jake Goodman in now for the Bobcats. Runners on first and second, 2 away here, bottom first. Linn-Mar with 3 hits. Sack fly and a ground out to advance the runner as far as getting runners moving this inning. Here's the 2-0. And that's down low, and runners will advance. So now the count is 2-0, I apologize. So runners on second and third now. And a ball in the gap scores 2, and Linn-Mar doubles their lead. Manny Weiss looking to capitalize for the Lions. He's up 2-0 in the count. Here's the pitch. And there's that fastball in the corner once again. That'll be strike 1. On the other side, Blake Dobbenmeyer struck out 2 in the top of the first for Linn-Mar. No strikeouts yet issued by the Bobcats, as that is down low. 3-1 the count now. Should the inning continue, Dylan Page is on deck for the Lions. Here's the 3-1, and that's ball 4. So the bases are loaded, and Dylan Page has a chance to get some nice RBIs here. So already in the first inning, Linn-Mar has a chance to bust this game wide open. A ball hit in the right place will score at least 2. Here's the pitch, and that's inside, nearly hit Page. That's the second walk issued by Bobcat pitching so far on the top of this first inning. Dylan Page looking to capitalize, ahead 1-0 in the count. And now 2-0 as that ball misses down low. Jake Goodman looking to limit the damage here in the top of the first. Relieving Isaac Ben early. And that's down low, 3-0. So Bobcat pitching definitely struggling here early. As we are 1 ball away from the third Linn-Mar walk of the inning. Linn-Mar looking to get that third run. The 3-0. And that hit him. That is ball 4. And Linn-Mar's now up 3-0. RBI HBP, for those of you keeping score at home. And we're going to have another mound visit here. Definitely some concern here if you're the Western Dubuque coach. So Linn-Mar still piling on the runs here in the top of the first. 3-0. Got our second mound visit of the inning from Western Dubuque coaching. We're already at the 9th batter of the inning. Carson Recker coming up next for the Lions. And then it's the top of the order with Dominic Olhava, who tripled to start the inning. And umpire will subtly break up the huddle here in just a moment. And the Bobcats will disperse. Wearing the red uniforms with white numerals. White pants. So Carson Recker will have his turn with the bases loaded. Recker's at second base tonight for game 1. So I will restate, a ball hit in the gap will score at least 2. Linn-Mar piling it on early. Here's the pitch. Then that's down low. So 5 straight balls for Jake Goodman at least. Goodman just looking to throw a strike, and he does. There's the corner again. So finally a strike from Jake Goodman after a minute. Counts 1-1 on Carson Recker. Leadoff man Dominic Olhava in the on-deck circle. The 1-1. Swung on, line to right field. That is fair ball, fair ball. At least 2 runs will score. Runner will be held at third. That's a 2-run double for Recker, and it's 5-0 Linn-Mar. Absolutely no mercy to start the game. So Dominic Olhava will get his second at-bat of the inning. It is 5-0 Linn-Mar in the bottom of the first inning. I bet there's no man on that bench happier than the pitcher, Blake Dobbenmeyer, as that is hit softly to third base. This is going to be a tough play. Throw to first, and they got him. And finally, the Bobcats stop the bleeding, but not before Linn-Mar piles it on. It is 5-0 at the end of the first. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. For those of you just joining us, you missed a lot of scoring. Linn-Mar piling on 5 runs in the bottom of the first. Here's the first pitch. Swung on and missed. Got a fastball inside. This is the DH Tyler Wiedenbacher leading it off for the Western Dubuque Bobcats. Looking to get some of those runs back after an ugly bottom of the first. And that fastball just misses down low. We'll make the count 1-1. Click the wrong button there for the first pitch. It is 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's chopped to third. Picked up. Throw to first. And a good play there to get out number 1. There are no base runners.
Third baseman number 11, Tucker Nauman.
That'll bring up Tucker Nauman. Score that one 5-3. Nauman working the hot corner tonight. Apologize if I'm a bit rusty on the scoreboard, folks. It's been about 11 months since I've done this. And that'll be strike 1 on the inside corner. So Blake Dobbenmeyer pitched out of a little bit of trouble in the top of the first. He's retired both leadoff men to start off so far, as that is swung on at a breaking ball down low for 0-2. Jaden Seeger on deck for the Bobcats. Dobbenmeyer looking for his 3rd strikeout. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3 right down the pipe. Tucker Nauman just watched that one sail right by him, and that's strikeout number 3 for Dobbenmeyer.
Left fielder number 3, Jaden Seeger.
And here comes the left fielder, Jaden Seeger. Dobbenmeyer trying to work a 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the second. Here's the pitch, and that is down low for ball 1. Linn-Mar with 4 hits and a handful of walks in the bottom of that first inning. Western Dubuque had the 1 hit in the top of the first. Here's the 1-0, and that is just high for ball 2. Seeger looking to keep the line moving for the Bobcats, as he will take strike 1 on the corner. Seeing a lot of corner fastballs called for strikes tonight. Linn-Mar looking to hang on to a 5-0 lead. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss outside. That'll make the count 3-1. Dobbenmeyer looking to retire the side here. And that's called strike 2. Seager thought he had ball 4. He tossed the bat and started jogging down, but that is called strike 2. On the inside of the zone there, and Seager's not quite out of the woods just yet. Now Dobbenmeyer is in a position for his 4th strikeout of this young game. The 3-2. Popped him up. Drifting out to shallow left center field. This might get down, and it does. Good effort there by the left fielder, but not quite there. Balls are carrying in the air tonight quite a bit. We've seen a lot of outfielders changed up by the ball, so we'll score that a single. Or no, that'll be an error on the left fielder. Couldn't quite web that one, so Dobbenmeyer's not quite out of the woods yet. Runner on first, 2 away. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Counts 0-1. Dobbenmeyer looks back to first. Not a huge lead out there. Here's the pitch. And that is just high for ball number 1.
Batter's the pitcher, Jake Goodman.
So Jake Goodman, the pitcher, is up right now. Dobbenmeyer resets on the mound. Seager gets about a 4 or 5 foot lead off of first base. Nothing too fancy. The wind in the 1-1 is outside. Ball is stopped. No throw to second. Page managed to stay in front of it, but Seager took advantage of that pitch there. So the count is 2-1 on Goodman. Now the Bobcats have a runner in scoring position here with 2 away. Top of the second in game 1 of this doubleheader. Seager getting about a 7 foot lead off a second. A wind and the serve is down low for ball 3. Good stop there by Dylan Page. Should the inning continue, we'll go back to the top of the order with Garrett Baumhover, who struck out in the top of the first inning. The 3-1 is just outside for ball number 4, and all of a sudden, the Bobcats have strung together a 2-out rally here with that E7 by Lin-Mar on that tough fly ball. So Goodman draws the base on balls on 5 pitches. Baumhover will get his second chance now. And we'll see if this Bobcat lineup learned. We're going to have a courtesy runner here for Goodman. Pitchers and catchers usually get courtesy runners. We'll see who this is.
Courtesy runner is number 19, Braden Stainer.
This is Braden Stainer courtesy running at first base for Goodman. So Baumhover looking to capitalize with runners on first and second, 2 away, looking to bounce back from that strikeout in the top of the first. Dobbenmeyer pitched out of trouble in the first. We'll see if he can do it again. Here's the pitch, and that is popped up behind, or that's in fair play, and that's caught by Dobbenmeyer. That ball moved a little bit in the air, and Dobbenmeyer's 2 for 2 as far as getting out of trouble. Inning over. We'll be back with the Lions in the bottom of the second right after this. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We're here in the bottom of the second. Henry Reed leading it off for the Lions. Lions looking to build on that 5-0 lead as Reed hits that one toward left field. This ball is going to be caught by Jaden Seeger. Had a little bit of trouble finding that off the bat. But Reed is retired after one pitch. And that'll bring up... That's the second 3 unassisted that Deitmeyer's had today. Counts 1-1 now on Zach Ray. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled, back out of play. And that'll be 1-2. So Jake Goodman starting to find his form now after coming in relief from Isaac Ben. The 1-2. And that is just upstairs. 2-2 now. And that is called strike 3 on the corner. So the Lions go down quietly in the bottom of the second, but they still lead 5-0. We'll be back with the top half of the third with the Bobcats batting in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We're in the top of the third now, 5-0 Lions. And that ball is down low and behind the catcher Page for ball number 1. Nick Bryant up, leading off the top of the third for the Western Dubuque Bobcats. Here's the wind in the 1-0. That is just low for ball number 2. Dobbenmeyer with 3 strikeouts through 6 outs so far. So, doing very well. Pitching a shutout so far. And that fastball's just low. Just missing that lower edge of the zone. So, it's 3-0 now on Bryant. Sawyer Nauman on deck. Bryant looking to add on to that triple he had in the top of the first. And he takes that one for strike number 1. So counts 3-1 now. Dobbenmeyer has pitched out of trouble in both of the first 2 innings in game 1 of this doubleheader. Here's the 3-1. Swung on, lifted to right field, playable. And this ball will be caught. For out number 1, Kane Deitmeyer making the catch. Score that F9 at home. And that'll bring up Nauman.
First baseman number 24, Sawyer Nauman.
Nauman walked back in the first. Western Dubuque still only has the 1 hit so far, that triple from Bryant. Here's the pitch. That's fouled back to the screen for strike number 1. Brent Van Tiger jogs from the on-deck circle to get that ball. Similar thing we saw last year. Both teams trying to keep the baseballs on their own sides to kind of mitigate the spread of the virus. We saw a lot of that last year. That one's singled up the middle, and that will get past the shortstop Reed. And And that'll be scored an error on Reed. Would have been a tough play, but an error nonetheless. E6 on that one. So Nauman is on. That'll bring up the burly catcher, Brent Van Tiger.
Catcher, Brent Van Tiger.
Wonder how much that guy benches in the weight room. Genuinely curious. Reminds me of, I think it's David Vogelbach in the majors. Big burly first baseman for the Milwaukee Brewers. Reminds me a lot of him. One out, runner on first. Top of the third. Here's the pitch. And there's that strike on the corner. So runner on first now after that E6. About a 4-foot lead at first for Nauman. Van Tiger looking to capitalize as he takes ball number 1 high. So 3 base runners for the Bobcats. Or 5, excuse me, including the walks. And that'll be a called strike on the edge of the zone. Nice curveball there from Dobbenmeyer. Haven't seen that one yet. That was a slow bender. Right toward the edge of the zone. Good frame by Page. Behind the dish. 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Swung on up the middle and can't quite glove it there as Dobbenmeyer. That'll get into center field. I'll once again mention that it's very hard for pitchers to make plays when they're right at the end of their lineup. Dobbenmeyer inches away from getting leather on that ball. So it's now runners on first and second, 1 away.
Courtesy runner first base, number 10,
Logan Brocious will courtesy run at first.
Number 8, Isaac Ben.
That'll bring up Isaac Ben. So Van Tiger gets the single into center field. So Van Tiger is being courtesy ran for at first. Sawyer Nauman on second, getting about a 7-foot lead. Here's the pitch. And a swing and a miss by the left-handed batter, Isaac Ben. That'll make the count 0-1. Ben grounded out to shortstop in his last appearance. So 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 errors are the result of the base runners for Western Dubuque. Here's the 0-1, and that nearly hit him. That did hit him. Got just enough of Isaac Ben there. And that'll load the bases. And we'll see if Dobbenmeyer can make those base runners disappear without giving up any damage for the 3rd inning in a row. As the DH, Tyler Weidenbacher will come up. He grounded out to 3rd base last time. So, bags are loaded. 1 away here in the top of the 3rd. Western Dubuque looking to get some of those runs back, and they will. Runners will move up 90 feet. They're going to send that second runner. No throw to the plate, so that's going to be a 2-run single for Tyler Weidenbacher. And Dubuque, Western Dubuque is back in striking distance as they are now only down by 2 runs.
3rd baseman, number 11, Tucker Nauman.
So Tucker Nauman will look to get the line moving some more. Nauman struck out in his first appearance. Runners on first and second, excuse me. Clicked the wrong button on the graphic. Again, a bit rusty. First time in 11 months I've done this. Sorry about that, folks. Here's the pitch. And that is lined foul down the left field line. That was a very close call. But umpire waving his arms to the left, signaling foul. So Lions catch a bit of a break there. That ball was inches away from being fair. Dobbenmeyer looking to get out of a rough 3rd inning. Here's the 0-1, and that is in the dirt. Props to Dylan Page behind the plate. He has stopped some balls in the dirt. And without his great play behind the plate, the runners would certainly be farther along than they are right now. The count is 1-1 on Tucker Nauman, the 3rd baseman. Looking to build on that strikeout he had. That's into left field. Runner's going to be waved around to home. And there will be no throw to the plate. So runners are still at first and second. Score that an RBI single for Nauman. And Linn-Mar's lead has shrunk to 2. And that'll bring up Jaden Seeger, the left fielder. So we're going to have a mound visit here. I believe that's Coach Katz for Linn-Mar. Great substitute teacher in the Linn-Mar district. Fun guy. Miss having him as a sub back in my middle school days. Does a lot of subbing for Excelsior Middle School. And we'll talk to his hurler, Dobbenmeyer. So both sides now have 4 hits. The leading run is going to come to the plate for Western Dubuque. 1 away here, top 3. Fielders will disperse and will resume play.
Number 3, Jaden Seeger.
Jaden Seeger made it on in his previous at-bat from that E7 that dropped in there. Dobbenmeyer looking to get out of some trouble here. The double play ball would be nice here, and another good stop by Dylan Page, the catcher, as that ball bounces in front of him. 1-0 the count. A lot of crooked numbers so far in this ball game. Linn-Mar putting up their 5 in the bottom of the first, and Western Dubuque putting up 3 in the top half of their 3rd inning, looking to add more. And that'll just miss outside. Dobbenmeyer's been trying to paint that lower outside corner most of tonight. Sometimes he's gotten it, sometimes he hasn't. Just missed that time. Counts 2-0 on Seeger. Here's the pitch. And that is outside. 3-0 the count now. Should the inning continue, the pitcher, Jake Goodman, is on deck. He walked his last time. Tyler Weidenbacher on second, Tucker Nauman on first. Both have about a 5 to 7 foot lead. And Seeger was taking that pitch all the way as that was a strike right down the pipe. 3-1 the count now. Usually you see batters in a 3-0 count either swing with all their might or take all the way there, not much in between. As that ball is crushed to left field, and that's gone. So Western Dubuque now has a 6-5 lead as the dugout will come out and congratulate Seeger. That ball was a tape measure shot. My word. I have never seen a ball hit that hard, that far in this ballpark. That ball was absolutely destroyed. That ball had a family, Jaden. Why'd you have to do that? That ball landed about 15 feet beyond that left field fence. 326 out there to left field. So the bases are empty now. An absolute line drive to left, and we might have another one. That ball is hit deep to left field, and that ball's gone. So back-to-back home runs by Jaden Seeger and Jake Goodman. Once again, the Western Dubuque dugout will pour out. So back-to-back home runs. So it's now 7-5 Western Dubuque as this is an entirely new ball game now. Linn-Mar up 5-0 at the beginning of this inning. I'll put the solo home run graphic up there briefly. So it's now 7-5 Western Dubuque. Stunning turn of events here at the Linn-Mar Baseball Softball Complex. That ball's hit hard to left. That's going to land foul. We'll see if it's caught. And it is! Good catch there by the left fielder. And finally, the Linn-Mar manages to record that second out.
Second baseman, Nick Bryant.
So that was Garrett Baumhover with the F7 there. Bryant has a triple of his own. As that ball will miss down low for ball one. Another good stop by Dylan Page. Folks, this is my second year doing this live stream, play-by-play broadcasting, whatever you'd like to call it. Here's the 1-0, and that's taken for strike one. Last year, I saw one home run. In a span of about 90 seconds, I saw more home runs than I did all of last year.
All of your career.
Correct. Cameraman Mason Miller chiming in there as that one is popped back toward the screen. We'll see if Page has a play. Oh! Did he catch it? Yes, he did. Dylan Page flashing some leather back there. Inning over. So Lin-Mar will have their work cut out for them as the inning is now over. 7 runs, 4 hits that inning for Western Dubuque, and we'll see if Lin-Mar can strike back here in the bottom of the third. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got ourselves a ball game.
Leading off the bottom of the third for Linn-Mar, the designated hitter number 10, McKay Jelinek.
Welcome back to Lin-Mar Baseball. For those of you who are just joining us, we've got an offensive shootout so far. A lot of crooked numbers. Here's the first pitch to Jelinek. That's a curveball down low for ball one. So Lin-Mar scoring their 5 runs at the bottom of the first inning. And moments ago, the Western Dubuque Bobcats put up 7 runs in the top of the third. As that is a called strike on the outside. A 3-run homer by Jaden Seeger and a solo homer by Jake Goodman back-to-back accounted for 4 of those runs. Wind is definitely blowing out today as that curveball paints the corner for strike number 2. And usually at this ball field, there's a crosswind here that kind of blows out across left field. Sort of what it's doing right now, if you guys can see the flagpole out in center field. Not sure how well you can see that. Thank you, Mason. But back in the top of that third inning, the wind was blowing straight out. So we've seen a lot of balls carry farther than they usually do. But that 3-run homer by Jaden Seeger was just on a line. That ball is grounded to shortstop. Nearly collides with the third baseman. Good hustle by Reed. He's going to be safe. Ball gets away. Score that, a single and an error. And Henry Reed is on for the Lions. So score that, a single,
First baseman, Andrew
and
Knipper.
an E6. So here comes Kane Deitmeyer with a runner in scoring position. Tying run at the plate for Lin-Mar now. As that is taken for strike number 1 as I update that graphic. Sorry if I'm a bit slow to the jump on the graphic tonight, folks. I am keeping somewhat of a scorecard on my phone to keep track. Yep. Andrew Knipper is up now for Lin-Mar, excuse me, as that ball is fouled off of his foot. Or that was McKay Jelinek with the single in the E6. Excuse me, I'm all over the place right now, folks. I apologize. Count is 0-2 on Andrew Knipper. Here's the pitch, and I believe that was foul tipped and caught for strike number 3. So that'll be out number 1.
Third baseman Manny Weiss.
And here comes third baseman Manny Weiss. He walked his first time up. Here's the first pitch to him, and that was a big swing and a miss there by Weiss. A little bit behind on that one. Lin-Mar went down quietly in the top of the second. Have a runner on second with one away here in the bottom of this third inning. As that one is poked into right field. We'll see if they send the runner. They will. And I believe he's going to make it home without a throw. And Lin-Mar is back within 1. RBI single, Manny Weiss. Opposite field single to right field. Just poked it in there. And you will always take one of those. Lin-Mar back within 1. Both sides now back even on the hit column with 6 apiece.
Excuse me, Dylan Page.
And here comes Dylan Page, the Lin-Mar catcher. Played some great defense so far. Stopped a lot of ugly pitches in the dirt so far as he nearly gets hit by that one.
Because Greg Gerst run for him. I had Gerst down there. I said, half 2 names to him.
So Weiss with the RBI single in that last at-bat. Dylan Page looking to keep the line moving. Throw back to first is not in time. I believe that is Greg Gerst courtesy running at first base.
No, still.
Here's the pitch, and that is just high for ball number 2. That is still Manny Weiss at first base. My apologies. Here's the pitch. And that is inside for ball number 3. So good discipline up there by Dylan Page at the plate. He's already gotten hit once tonight. He definitely likes to crowd that batter's box. He is right on the edge. Here's the pitch. And he's hit again. So that is the second hit by pitch of the night for Dylan Page. And now that I think about it, Dylan Page and being a left-handed batter crowding the plate like that. Now Greg Gerst is courtesy running for Dylan Page. But Dylan Page and his stance reminds me of Anthony Rizzo, my favorite big league ball player, Chicago Cubs first baseman. He's a first baseman that really likes to crowd that plate. Usually leads the MLB in hit by pitches. So runners on first and second with 1 away. It's Carson Recker up now as he takes strike number 1. Recker had a 2-run double in his last at-bat. Has a chance to get another run across here. A gapper will score at least 1 here. Dominic Olhava in the on-deck circle for Lin-Mar. Go back to the top of the order should this inning continue. Jake Goodman looking to hold on to that Bobcats lead is at 7-6. Showing bunt and fouling it back is Recker, and that'll make the count 0-2. Count is 0-2 on Carson Recker. And that is fouled back to the screen, and we'll do it again. Jake Goodman still looking for his first strikeout of the day. He came in relief of Isaac Ben in the first inning, got the final out of the first, and has been in ever since. 7-6 our score. Bobcats have the advantage, bottom 3. Here's the 0-2 once again, and that is grounded toward third base. Throw to first is in time, but runners will advance, and that is not the worst thing in the world there. There are now 2 away. So score that one 5-3. Then we're back to the top of the order with Dominic Olhava, the center fielder. So Olhava has a chance to give Lin-Mar the lead back here. Here's the pitch. And he hits that one up the middle. That gets through! Both runs are going to score, and Dominic Olhava comes up clutch with 2 outs. Lin-Mar regains the lead, 8-7. Olhava showed no hesitation there. That ball broke inside, and Olhava just turned on it, hit it towards second base, and a valiant effort there, but just enough juice on it to get it into right center field, and Linn-Mar once again has the lead at 8-7 as Henry Reed is now up for Linn-Mar. So score that, a 2-run single for Dom Olhava, as he is nearly picked off at first. That was close. High-scoring ball game here in Marion, Iowa tonight. Wind is definitely blowing. I'm sure you guys can hear it on my microphone as that ball is inside and nearly hits Reed. So the count is 1-0. This is game 1 of our varsity doubleheader here tonight. Count is 1-0 on Reed. Throw back to first, and Olhava dives back in safely. Goodman looking to get out of the inning. A lot of crooked numbers on that scoreboard out there. 5 in the first for Linn-Mar and 3 in the bottom of this inning, and then Western Dubuque getting all 7 of theirs on the top of their third inning. Count is 2-0 after that last pitch. High fastball. If I'm reading the softball scoreboard correctly, Jefferson is leading the girls 2-0. If I'm reading that correctly from where I sit. 3-0 after that pitch. Runner is on first. 3-0 count. Henry Reed up. Should the inning continue, Kane Deitmeyer is on deck. Here's the pitch. And that is in there for a strike. Lower edge of the zone. Believe Henry Reed was in take mode all the way there. Usually on 3-0 counts, hitters either swing out of their shoes or take all the way, as Olhava is checked at first base again. So Goodman keeping a very close eye on Olhava at first. Olhava does have some speed. Here's the 3-1, and that is way outside for ball number 4. So it is first and second with 2 down, and here comes Kane Deitmeyer, who has 2 ground outs straight to first.
Right fielder Kane Deitmeyer.
Hope it wasn't me.
So here's Deitmeyer, first and the second, 2 away. And we've got time called. I believe that was called by maybe the first base coach, the way the umpire pointed there. Kane Deitmeyer looking to capitalize as he takes low and inside for ball 1. Goodman still seeking that first strikeout of the day for him. Olhava on second, Reed on first for Linn-Mar. Both have a generous lead. And that is another low and inside fastball. 2-0 now on Deitmeyer. Should the inning continue, Zach Ray is on deck. He had a sac fly in his first at-bat. Goodman looks back to second, looks back again, the wind in the pitch. And that is fouled back by Deitmeyer. Big swing there. Got a piece of it. Linn-Mar looking to build onto their replenished lead. 8-7 here in the bottom of the third. Game 1 of this varsity doubleheader as that ball is just inside. 3-1 the count.
Is that off? Did you just kick that off? It says off. Put that on, see if that does it.
Right now.
Oh, I'm gonna wait just a second.
Count is 3-1. Here's the wind in the pitch. And that is outside for ball 4. So the bases are once again loaded for the Lions. As Deitmeyer draws the walk, he's on base for the first time today.
I'm very sorry.
So Zach Ray is due up for the Lions. as Van Tiger and Goodman will talk it over on the mound very briefly. For those of you who are just joining us, very high-scoring ball game. 8-7 in the bottom of the third inning. Linn-Mar looking to do some damage here in this at-bat. Here's the pitch, and that is just high for ball number 1.
God, you must have hit that thing just right. I didn't hear it click or anything. You're good.
Zach Ray up for Linn-Mar.
Said this was working.
Had a sac fly earlier, and he fouls that one back right toward us in the press box. All three of us met in the press box. Had our reflexes tested there. See a lot on national television, major league players fouling off balls to the screen, and you always see the fans behind there flinch and then laugh a little bit as if to say, oh, that's right. There's a screen there. We're not going to get drilled in the face with a fastball off the bat of a major leaguer today. Counts 1-1 on Zach Ray. Here's the pitch. Curveball high, throw back to second, and they've got the runner possibly picked off here. Run scores, we'll see if it counts. And everybody's safe. Dom O'Hava with the base running. He gets home, and somehow, out at second, Henry Reed gets out of trouble. He's going to third, and he's going to make it. Oh, my word, Henry Reed doing his best Javier Baez impression on the bases. So let's see if I can get the scoreboard updated correctly here after all of that. So the count is 3-1. Gonna have another mound meeting here by Western Dubuque. And man, for those of you who follow Cubs baseball, Javier Baez had a crazy play against the Pittsburgh Pirates last week, I believe. There were 2 outs. He managed to dupe out the Pirates infield, and his antics resulted in 3 runs. And just masterful base running there by Henry Reed, resulting in a run for the Lions. And then he just decides to steal third. Caught the infield napping. So fantastic heads-up play by Henry Reed. O'Hava scoring on the play. It's 9-7 now. So there'll be a 3-1 count on Zach Ray, the left fielder, once this mound meeting is over here. Should be over in just a second, and it is. Umpire gracefully breaking up the meeting. So Goodman looking to get out of some more trouble here. Still looking for his first strikeout. The count is 3-1 on Ray. Goodman has walked 2 in a row. In danger to do it a third time here. Western Dubuque coach calling out signs to his infield. Runners get their leads on the corners. Linn-Mar scoring 4 runs in the bottom of this third. The 3-1 is swung on and missed by Zach Ray. He was looking to send that one down the line and left. And it looks like Western Dubuque has another pitcher warming up in their bullpen. We'll likely see him next inning. Count is 3-2. Runner goes, and that's over his head. A run is going to score. So another blunder on the bases by the Bobcats, and it's now 10-7 as every runner moves up 90 feet. So Deitmeyer took off running towards second. The ball was thrown over the head of the second baseman, and everybody's safe once again, as that is called strike 3. Inning over. So Linn-Mar puts up another 5 spot. We go to the top of the 4th. Lions 10, Bobcats 7. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got a wild one here in Marion. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. Sawyer Nauman leading off the top of the fourth here for the Bobcats as that ball misses outside and gets behind Page for ball one. Henry Reed now pitching for Linn-Mar, and Toby Altoff in at shortstop for the Lions. Here's the 1-0 from Reed, and that is a curveball in there for a strike. It's a nice spin on that one from Reed, and that'll even up the count 1-1. For those of you who just joined us, that's been a wild one. Linn-Mar scoring 5 in the bottom of the first and the bottom of the third, as that ball misses just outside for ball 2. And Western Dubuque scored all 7 of theirs on the top of the third, including a 3-run homer from Jaden Seeger, and then the next batter, Jake Goodman, hit a solo homer to right field, or to left field, as that ball is grounded to second base and out just in time at first base is Nauman.
Catcher number 28, Brent Van Tiger.
So I'll bring up the Burley catcher, Brant Van Tiger. So score that 4-3 on the last play, as that is strike number 1. Van Tiger singled in his last at-bat. Here's the pitch, and that is a curveball just outside. Another good stop by Dylan Page back there. Page has been great behind the dish tonight. Stopped a lot of balls in the dirt. Van Tiger looking for his second hit of the night. Here's the pitch, and that is outside for ball number 2. 2-1 now. The windup and the pitch is fouled back toward the home dugout. That'll even up the count 2-2. Believe Isaac Ben is on deck for the Bobcats. He's 0 for 2, or 0 for 1 with the hit by pitch, as that one is popped up foul out of play, and we'll have another 2-2. Page throws a new ball to Reed. Still got a lot of baseball left tonight, folks. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. Game 2 will start approximately 20 minutes after game 1 concludes, as that one is fouled off to the right once again. So Van Tiger is definitely making Reed work right out of the pen. And we'll have yet another 2-2. Here it comes. Lined up the middle, right past Henry Reed for a base hit. So the hit column is once again even, 7-7. As Van Tiger is now 2 for 3. And that'll bring up Isaac Ben. We'll have a courtesy runner at first. We'll see who that is.
Courtesy runner at first base, number 10, Logan Brocious.
It'll be Brocious, Logan Brocious, courtesy running at first again. And it will indeed be Ben. Ben has grounded out to shortstop and been hit by a pitch in this game. Brocious getting about a 6-foot lead at first. Nothing too fancy. Takes a step. Here's the pitch. And big swing and a miss there on that curveball from Reed. Reed has a nice curveball there when it hits the zone. Slow mover. Count is 0-1. Runner on first. Apologize for being a bit slow on the scoreboard tonight, folks, as that one is swung on and missed for strike number 2. Fastball toward the outside of the zone. Reed looking for his first strikeout, facing his third batter. Has a chance to do it here. The head 0-2. And he does on a curveball toward the outside. So a nice strikeout there from Henry Reed, and there will be 2 away.
Designated hitter, number 26, Tyler Wiedenbacher.
And that'll bring up Tyler Wiedenbacher. Had a 2-run single his last time up. Grounded out to third base his first time. Here's the pitch, and that is a called strike on the outside. Barely nipped the corner there. Good frame there by Page. Throw back to first. They got him! Great pickoff move by Henry Reed, and just like that, the inning is over. Henry Reed comes in, gives up a single, but that is all. We go to the bottom of the fourth. 10-7 Linn-Mar. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We're on the bottom of the fourth, 10-7 Lions.
Designated hitter number 10, McKay Jelinek.
McKay Jelinek will come up for the Lions. He reached on a single and then made it to second on an E6 the last time he was up. Walked his first time. New pitcher in for the Bobcats, Zach Gell throws a strike. G-E-H-L Gell. Fastball on the inside part of the zone there for strike number 1. 7 hits and 2 errors for both sides, but Linn-Mar with a 3-run advantage as that one dips inside and nearly hits Jelinek. Count is even at 1-1. Game 1 of tonight's varsity doubleheader. That one is lined toward shortstop. Cleanly gloved throw to first is in time, and that'll retire Jelinek for out number 1. Score that one 6-3. And that'll bring up Andrew Knipper, the first baseman.
First baseman number 11, Andrew Knipper.
Knipper struck out his last at bat. Here's the pitch. That one is hit toward third base, cleanly gloved. Throw to first is in time, so Knipper being aggressive to start out, but that'll be scored 5-3 as he grounds out to third, and that'll bring up Manny Weiss, the third baseman.
Third baseman, Manny Weiss.
So 2 quick outs here for the Lions in the bottom of the fourth. That's been a recurring theme in this ballgame. You either score 5 runs or more in an inning or you're retired quickly. Not much in between tonight, as that ball is down low and squirts away for ball 1. Weiss has reached base both times. He walked and then struck in a run, if you will, his last at bat. Here's the pitch. And that is hit right back to Gell. Can't quite get it, and valiant effort by the second baseman there. Manages to knock it down. But Manny Weiss is safe. Score that an infield single, and Weiss is on base for the 3rd time tonight. That'll bring up Dylan Page, the catcher.
Catcher number 35, Dylan Page.
Page with an Anthony Rizzo-like stance. Lefty that really likes to crowd that plate. He's been plunked twice. RBI HBP his first time as he takes ball number 1 there. Runner on first now. Linn-Mar looking to preserve that 3-run lead. Throw back to first. No play as Weiss slides back in safely. Page has done great defensively tonight. As I've mentioned many times, I love to give props to catchers who do good work back there. Catching is not an easy thing to do. My mother was a catcher for the longest time. Very, very hard on your knees. It is not a position for the faint of heart. Here's a 2-0, and that is inside. That nearly hit him. Ball number 3. So Page is 1 ball away from reaching base for the 3rd time tonight. Should the inning continue, Carson Recker is on deck. He has a 2-run double so far today. And that one's down low for ball 4, so Dylan Page trots down to first for the 3rd time tonight. And here comes Recker.
Courtesy runner at first base, number 4, Greg Gerst.
Greg Gerst will run for Page at first.
Carson Recker.
So runners on first and second, 2 away. Recker's already knocked in a few with a double tonight. Let's see if he can do it again. Greg Gerst runs for a reason at first. He's got some speed. That ball's hit towards shortstop, and they'll step on second to end the inning. So the Lions threaten but do not score. We go to the top of the 5th. Lions 10, Bobcats 7. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. For those of you who are just joining us, Linn-Mar up 10-7 after 4. Tyler Wiedenbacher leading off this inning for the Bobcats as that fastball paints the corner for a strike. Henry Reed in for a 2nd inning of work out of the bullpen for Linn-Mar. Wiedenbacher hit a 2-run single his last time in that lopsided 7-run inning for Dubuque, or Western Dubuque. Nice curveball there from Henry Reed on the inside edge for strike 2. See if Reed can get his 2nd strikeout here. Here's the wind and the serve. And not quite there. Wiedenbacher thought about it. He leaned that shoulder, but not quite fooled by that outside curveball there as the count is now 1-2. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Good fastball there toward the outer part of the plate by Reed. That's his 2nd strikeout, and that'll bring up Tucker Nauman.
Third baseman, number 11, Tucker Nauman.
Nauman is 1 for 2 tonight with an RBI single. Got that in his last at-bat, as that is a curveball behind him. Sheepish smile there from Henry Reed as to say, my bad. No ill will on that one. 1-0. Here's the pitch. And that is popped up. Shallow left center field. That could be trouble. And that is caught that time in left field by Zach Ray. Ray dropped a similar fly ball earlier in the game. But that is out number 2. Score that in F7 in the scorecard. And that'll bring up Jaden Seeger, who had that line drive home run earlier. 3-run shot right toward that 326 sign in left field. Here's the pitch. And that is a curveball painting the outside there for a strike. That outside curveball has definitely worked for Henry Reed so far. Here's the wind and the pitch, and that is in the dirt. Good stop by Dylan Page once again. Been busy back there tonight. We'll see if Dylan Page will catch in the 2nd game of the doubleheader, or if he'll get a rest after valiant work behind the plate here, as that one is hit into center field. carrying a bit, but it is hauled in by Olhava after going back a few steps, and the inning is over. Bobcats don't go down quietly. We go to the bottom of the 5th, still 10-7 Lions. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. Dominic Olhavo lead off the bottom of the 5th for Linn-Mar. First pitch to him. Big swing there, but it'll go about 40 feet as that will be caught by the first baseman. And that is a quick first out here for Linn-Mar. So Olhava's retired. Here comes Henry Reed, the relief pitcher.
Pitcher number 5, Henry Reed.
So Reed had an RBI single in the first inning to score Olhava after his triple. Reed shows bunt but pulls back for ball 1. Still got a lot of baseball left tonight, folks. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. Here's the wind and the pitch, and that is inside, nearly hit Reed. Counts 2-0. Zach Gell still pitching out of the pen for the Bobcats. His pitch is just in there for a strike on the edge. So count is now 2-1 on Henry Reed. Looking to get on base for the 3rd time tonight after walking his last at-bat. That's hit hard towards second. Diving effort isn't there. Reed will round and stop at first. And that is a 1-out single for Henry Reed on base for the 3rd time tonight. And that'll bring up Kane Dubuque, who walked his last time.
Right fielder, Kane Dubuque.
So that is Linn-Mar's 9th hit of the evening. 2nd hit for Reed. Nightmeyer's still searching for his first hit. He's grounded out to first base twice, and then drew the walk in his last appearance. Here's the pitch, and he takes strike 1 on the inside corner there. Good pitch from Gell. Gell still looking for his first strikeout. Wind blowing out toward left field right now. Seeing 2 home runs to left field tonight. Swing and a miss. The throw to second just late. Good tag there by the shortstop.
Risky move.
But Henry Reed credited with the stolen base, as the count is now 0-2 after Deitmeyer took a swing at that one. Here's the pitch, and that is hit toward left field, and that is caught for out number 2. Wind definitely making life harder out there for the outfielders. So 2 outs now. Henry Reed does steal seconds.
Left fielder, Zach Ray.
And here's the left fielder, Ray. So score that last one, F7 on Deitmeyer. And Zach Ray is looking to get on base for the first time tonight. He has 2 strikeouts, but had a sac fly in the first, as he takes high for ball 1. Still a lot of ball game left, folks. Linn-Mar up 5-0 after the first inning. But then the third inning saw 7 runs from the Bobcats and then 5 more from Linn-Mar as that fastball paints the corner for strike number 1. Beautiful ball game tonight. Beautiful weather. A little bit humid, but that's all right in early June. That ball is nubbed foul down the first base line. Last day of school today in the Linn-Mar district. Early outs all across different levels of education. Sure, these boys are, and everybody involved is happy to be out of that school year. Here's the pitch. That one is hit to third. That gets by! This is going to score a run. This is going to be at least 2 bases for Zach Ray. He will round. He's going to try for third. He is safe! Strong slide into third, so an RBI triple by Zach Ray, and that'll get him in the hit column. 10th hit for Linn-Mar, and it's now 11-7. I believe Zach Ray got the wind knocked out of him a little bit there at the end of the play, but everybody seems to be okay.
Designated hitter, Jelinek.
So here comes Jelinek. He had a single earlier as he fouls back. Counts now 0-1. So Jelinek looking to get on base for the 3rd time tonight. He walked his first time and nearly hit by that one. Had to duck under that one. Nearly hit his bat. Usually when a ball is thrown like that by your head, you want to make sure you drop your body and the bat, because if the ball hits the bat, that is considered a foul ball. And that ball misses upstairs. Counts 2-1. The 12th run, the potential 12th run, is 90 feet away. Zach Ray at third after that RBI triple, and that's fouled away by Jelinek. Should the inning continue, Andrew Knipper is on deck. He's 1 for 3 with a single. Jelinek looking for his 2nd hit in game 1 of this doubleheader. The 2-2 is just inside. So that'll be 3-2. Apologize, I'm a bit slow on the scoreboard tonight, folks. Working a lot of things at once. Helps to have Mason Miller on the camera tonight. One less thing for me to do, as that is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Jelinek is retired, but Linn-Mar gets 1. After 5, it's 11-7 Lions with 2 to go. Don't go anywhere, folks. Still a lot of game left. Welcome back to Linn-Mar baseball, as that falls in for strike 1 on Goodman. Goodman had a homer earlier to left. Wind helped it a little bit, and that one is lined to third and caught by Manny Weiss. What a catch in the hot corner. Out number 1. That ball was hit on a line to third. If Weiss would have been any slower to that ball, it would have made it into left field. We'll go back to the top of the order with Garrett Baumhover. So score that last play, L5, line out to third base. And that's a curveball in there for a strike. Henry Reed looking good out there today. I don't believe he has given up a run yet. The 0-1 is swung on, tapped to third, foul, and it'll be fielded by the Western Dubuque third base coach as he flicks it back to his dugout. Count is now 0-2 on the leadoff man, Baumhover. Baumhover still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Here's the windup from Reed in the pitch. And that is just outside. Fastball there, and that'll be 1-2. We're in the top of the 6th now. Knew I forgot to switch something on the scoreboard there. Sorry about that, folks. And that is just down low to even up the count 2-2. Linn-Mar with a 4-run lead. Western Dubuque down to their final 5 outs as that one is popped up toward foul territory. Tough play and not quite there for Andrew Knipper. Couldn't quite get leather on it as he converged with Page and Wrecker there all at once. So the count will remain 2-2 on Garrett Baumhover. Nick Bryant on deck for the Bobcats. He tripled in the first. Another 2-2. Ground ball to third. That is just foul by about 3 or 4 inches. So we will have yet another 2-2 as soon as we resume play here. That ball snuck under the fence in left field. I believe Reed does have a ball. He does. Baumhover not going down easy. This will be the third 2-2 pitch of this at-bat. Here it is. Swung, hit up the middle, gloved by the shortstop, throw to first. Good reaction time there by the shortstop, Toby Altoff. If he would have reacted much slower, getting the ball out of the glove, might not have made that play, but there are 2 outs. Score that 6-3. So Baumhover is retired for the 4th time in this first game. And here comes Bryant, who is 1 for 4 with that triple. And that is down low for ball 1. Good stop by Page. Dylan Page, I believe this is his 2nd year as the starting catcher for Linn-Mar. Very good defensively. And he frames that one well for strike number 1. Fastball toward the outer part of the zone. Count is 1-1 on Nick Bryant. Here's the pitch. And that is popped up foul. This might be caught, and it is by Henry Reed. And that's out number 3. Linn-Mar will have one more chance to bat before Western Dubuque has their final 3 outs. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Still 11-7 Linn-Mar. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Leading off the bottom of the sixth for Linn-Mar will be the first baseman, number 11, Andrew Knipper.
Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We're in the bottom of the sixth. Linn-Mar has a chance to tack on some insurance before Western Dubuque gets their final chance in the top of the seventh. Andrew Knipper, first baseman up now for Linn-Mar. He's 1 for 3. Grounded out to third his last time as he takes outside for ball number 1. Beautiful night for baseball. Wind blowing out toward left. We've seen 2 home runs tonight, both by the Bobcats over toward left field. Wind aiding in those. As that ball is low. 2-0 now on Knipper. Manny Weiss on deck. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI single. Also walked his first time up. The 2-0 is outside for ball number 3. Zach Gell has been going for a minute here. Pitcher for the Bobcats. Looking to keep that deficit to 4 for his side. Speaking of 4, that is ball 4. So a leadoff walk by Knipper. He's on base for the second time tonight. Here comes Weiss, who had that nice play in the top of the inning. That line out off the bat of Jake Goodman. And we've got time here. I believe we're going to have a courtesy runner for Linn-Mar. We'll see who it is in just a moment.
Running at first base for Knipper is number 8, Gavin Johnston.
Gavin Johnston running now at first. So here's Weiss up now. He hits a high fly ball, shallow center field. Second baseman is under it and makes the play for out number 1. So Weiss is retired after 1 pitch, scored that in F4. And here comes Dylan Page, who has no hits tonight, but has reached base 3 times, 2 hit by pitches and a walk. I'll once again bring up the Anthony Rizzo stance he has. Left-handed batter crowding the plate. That ball is smoked to right field. That ball is off the wall, rolls a little bit. Page will stop at second, and that's going to be an RBI double. It looks like off the bat that may have been a home run, but it bounced about 10 feet short of the fence and then rolled. So an RBI double for Dylan Page. His first hit of the night is a booming not a home run. We wish it was a home run.
Second base is number 4, Greg Gerst.
So it's now 12-7 Lions.
Second base number 2, Carson Recker.
So Recker will bat now for Linn-Mar, but an RBI double from Dylan Page. Recker had a 2-run double earlier. He's been retired his last 2 times. Page getting a bit of a daring lead out there at second. He's off by about 12 feet as that misses outside. I'll make it 2-0. Throw back to second, no play as Page slides back in safely. So Dylan Page did good on the defensive side, and now he's got a hit on the hit column. Linn-Mar's 11th hit of the evening. Count is 2-0 on Recker, and then we'll go back to the top of the order with Dominic Olhava. That ball is in the dirt. Good stop there by Brent Van Tiger. He's done well behind the plate tonight. Count is now 3-0. So Zach Gell in danger of issuing his second 4-pitch walk of the inning. Just his 3rd batter faced. 3rd or 4th. The 3-0. Called strike on the corner. And Recker thought he had ball 4 there. Started to step out of the box, but he's not quite out of the woods just yet. Dylan Page on second. Carson Recker looking to get his 3rd RBI of the night. Check back to second, no throw. Here's the 3-1. Swung on, and that's going to get into right field. Runner's going to be waved around, and he will score. So an RBI single from Recker. That's his 3rd RBI of the game. And Linn-Mar is definitely getting that insurance. It is now 13-7. We're playing football here at the baseball-softball complex here in Marion. Football scoring, 13-7.
Center fielder number 1, Dominic Olhava.
So we'll go back to the top of the order. Throw back to first, no play. So Olhava has a triple and a 2-run single as he hits a high fly ball in foul territory down the right field line, and that'll be caught right on the edge of the infield dirt. And that'll be out number 2. Score that one in F3. Did that last time, too.
Pitcher number 5, Henry Reed.
And here comes Henry Reed, who has done great today. Come in, pitched in relief. He has reached base 3 times, has an RBI single. So Linn-Mar with 2 runs in the bottom of this 6th, looking to add more, and Reed is hit by that one. And jogs down to first without much of a flinch there. So once again, Linn-Mar has a runner in scoring position for Kane Deitmeyer, who has reached base once today on a walk. He's grounded out to first base twice and then had a fly out over to left field. 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. Linn-Mar up by 6. That fastball is in the dirt for ball 1. Another good stop by Brent Van Tiger. Catcher's doing a lot of good work behind the dish tonight on both sides. Van Tiger for Western Dubuque and Dylan Page for Linn-Mar. Both stopped a lot of ugly bounces so far tonight. The 1-0. And that'll paint the inside corner for strike number 1. Good fastball there from Zach Gell. Gell still searching for that first strikeout. Managed to get a few fly balls here and there for some outs. The 1-1. Swung on, chopped toward the right side of the infield. It's fielded by Gell. He flips over to first, and the inning is over. Western Dubuque will have their last chance up in the top of the 7th in just a few moments. After 6, it's 13-7 Lions. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We're in the top of the 7th in Game 1 of this varsity doubleheader. Henry Reed out there once again. Sawyer Nauman leading off the inning for Western Dubuque as that curveball hits at the knees for a strike. Henry Reed has definitely had that curveball working for him today. He's definitely painted the edges of the zone very well with that pitch today. Here's the 0-1, and that is just outside, changing speed to the fastball there. It's 1-1. Nauman has reached base on a walk today as he fouls that one back toward the screen, 1-2. He grounded out to second base last time, if I'm reading my scorecard correctly. The burly catcher, Brant Van Tiger, on deck for the Bobcats. He has 2 singles today as that fastball is outside, 2-2. Good reaction there by Dylan Page. Linn-Mar needs 3 more outs to secure the W here. As that ball is lined to left field, that could be trouble, and that ball is gone. So that is the third home run of the day by the Bobcats. This one is off the bat of Sawyer Nauman. And Western Dubuque is now within 5. So those insurance runs definitely helped the Lions in the bottom of the 6th. Burned one of them there. So after that solo homer to left, that'll bring up Van Tiger. Wind has been blowing out to left today.
Next up for the Bobcats is the catcher, number 28, Van Tiger.
So home runs today by the Bobcats have come off the bats of Sawyer Nauman, Jaden Seeger, and Jake Goodman. And whether the wind was blowing out to left or not, Jaden Seeger hit an absolute liner over to left field. 326 out to the fence in left field. 326 out to both fences here in the corner. Here's the 1-0, and that is hit hard down the first baseline. That's a fair ball. This is going to be at least 2 bases for Van Tiger. He will stop at seconds, and that is Van Tiger's third hit of the day, and here come the Bobcats. So a solo homer to lead off the inning by Nauman, and then Brant Van Tiger with his third hit of the day, a double right down the right field line, and that'll bring up Isaac Ben, who is still searching for his first hit of the day.
Pinch hitter, number 19, Braden Stainer.
Correction, we're going to have a pinch hitter here. Braden Stainer will bat for Ben. So Stainer getting his first action tonight in this doubleheader. Van Tiger on second as I get that scoreboard updated. Sorry about that, folks. I'm a bit slow to the punch on the scoreboard tonight. I'll get better with that as the summer goes on. Here's the pitch. That is outside fastball. Ball number 1 to Stainer, pinch hitter. So Linn-Mar, despite giving up a home run and a single to start the inning, they still have a 5-run cushion. And that's called strike 1 on the outside. Barely painted the corner there. Tailing fastball that time. Count is 1-1 on Braden Stainer, the pinch hitter for the Bobcats. And a curveball dipping down low. Umpire says that Stainer got a piece of that, but Dylan Page managed to snag it with the leather. That'll be 1-2. Henry Reed has, I've said it before and I'll say it again, he has utilized that curveball very well tonight, and is why he's only given up 1 run in the numerous innings he's been in relief, as that fastball barely misses that upper outside corner to even the count at 2-2. Van Tiger on second for the Bobcats. Here's the pitch, and that is outside for ball 3. So Reed is starting to miss some of those pitches outside now. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. If you're a pitcher and you're missing your spots, the best spot to miss is on that outside edge, because if you miss inside, you hit them. Big hacking swing and a miss there. So that is out number 1 on another nice curveball from Reed. That's his 3rd strikeout of this game. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got game number 2 of this doubleheader coming up around 20 minutes following the conclusion of this game. And we're going to have another pinch hitter here.
Pinch hitter for the Bobcats, number 6, Jack Clemens.
We're going to have Jack Clemens pinch hit for the DH Wiedenbacher. So Clemens has a runner on second to work with 1 away. As that fastball just misses high for ball 1. Counts 1-0 on the pinch hitter Clemens. And that fastball just misses inside. Good pitch there by Reed, but didn't get the call there. 2-0 count on Clemens. Second pinch hitter in a row here for the Bobcats. And there's that inside corner strike. 2-seam fastball there from Reed. Reed has done a fantastic job in relief. Was scoreless until he gave up that solo homer moments ago. There's a sharp grounder. Gloved by the shortstop, Toby Altoff, and can't quite dig it out at first base. So runners will advance 90 feet. That's going to be scored an error. Couldn't quite dig that out at first base was Andrew Knipper. We're going to call that an E3. Because it wasn't a bad throw from Toby Altoff at shortstop by any means. We'll have a stoppage of play here. I believe we're going to have a courtesy runner come in. We will. So courtesy runner for Zach Clemens. We'll see who it is.
Running at first base is Riker Stoudemire.
It'll be Riker Stoudemire. Courtesy running at third. Runners on the corners, one away. The Bobcats have brought one home in the inning, but they still got a long way to go. Down by 5 here in the bottom of the 7th. And they're going to be down by 4 now, as that is a solid single into left. So Tucker Nauman wasting no time there with an RBI single into left field. So runners will advance 90 feet. And Western Dubuque now only trails by 4. And that is their 10th hit of the day off the bat of Nauman. And we are going to see a mound visit here from Coach Katz. We might have a pitching change here. Henry Reed has been going for a while, and he's done great up to this inning. I don't see Reed handing the ball to Coach Katz yet. There is a pitcher warming up in the Linn-Mar bullpen. Coach Katz will talk strategy here, as cameraman Mason Miller will get you best shot he can of the bullpen. Home run dugout blocks the bullpen from our camera angle just a bit. But I can assure you there is a Linn-Mar pitcher warming up in the bullpen beyond the dugout.
Left fielder Jaden Seeger.
So here comes Jaden Seeger. A reminder, he hit that tape measure, or on a line, I should say, 3-run homer to left field. The wind is blowing out to left. So Seeger definitely has power in that bat as he takes strike 1 down low. We'll see how much longer Henry Reed will go. He has done phenomenal today in relief, but starting to show a chink in his armor here in the top of the 7th inning as he's given up 2 so far. And it's going to be more as that ball is hit into the gap. And that'll be a one-hopper into center field. But great hustle by Dominic Ojaba. A great read out there. So it'll just be a long single. So that'll be a long single for Jaden Seeger. And that'll bring up Jake Goodman, the center fielder. Goodman has a homer of his own today. So the tying run is at the plate for Western Dubuque. Henry Reed looking to get out of some trouble here. 2 outs left to get in order to get the win. That is down low for ball number 1. Coach Katz is hovering by that bullpen. This will likely be the last batter for Reed as that one is spanked down the left field line but foul by about 5 feet. That'll even up the count at 1 apiece. What a ball game we have been treated to so far, folks, and it's just game 1. A hearty offensive performance from both sides. A combined 22 runs and 23 hits in this one so far. And we've still got 2 outs to give in regulation innings as that one is fouled off. 1 and 2, the count now. On the number 9 hitter for the Bobcats, Jake Goodman. We'll go back to the top of the order with Garrett Baumhover, who's still searching for his first hit of the day. He is 0 for 4. Goodman is 1 for 2 with that homer and a walk. Here's the 1-2. And that hit him. So that will score a run. The Western Dubuque lead is cut down to 3, and those insurance runs are looking bigger and bigger by Linn-Mar. They scored 1 in the bottom of the 5th and 2 in the bottom of the 6th. So it is now 13-10.
Shortstop Garrett Baumhover.
So that'll be an RBI HBP, hit by pitch, for Jake Goodman. And if Garrett Baumhover wants a hit in this game, he wants it right now. He's 0 for 4 as he takes strike 1. Personally, I'm a little surprised that Henry Reed is still in right now. Maybe the bullpen isn't quite warmed up yet. Here's the 0-1, and that is a called strike. So Henry Reed wasting no time with this batter. Reed searching for his 4th strikeout. Baumhover is 0 for 4 today. Reed needs a strikeout here. The 0-2. And that is lined into right field for a base hit. At least 1 run is going to score. Second run is going to be waved around. And it is now a 1-run ball game. So Garrett Baumhover, after having a rough start to the day, has a 2-run single. And just like that, the tying run is 90 feet away. And we'll see if Coach Katz does anything here.
Baseman Nick Bryant.
Nick Bryant is due up next. He has a triple. He's 1 for 4. And I believe we're going to see that pitching change now. Baseball is not for the faint of heart, folks. You see situations like this all the time in any level, professionally or in the high school level. Baseball is a game of momentum. If you have momentum, there is almost nothing you can't accomplish. Western Dubuque scoring 5 runs on the top of this 7th. And they are 90 feet away with a runner at 3rd from scoring that tying run. So we'll see what kind of defensive substitutions happen here. And I believe it is runners at 1st and 3rd after that 2-run single by Goodman. Or by Baumhover, excuse me. Goodman hit by a pitch the bat before. And we are indeed going to have a new pitcher. We'll see who it is in just a moment.
Now pitching for the Lions, number 20, Asher Harris.
This is Asher Harris pitching for the Lions. And I just personally have to give props to Henry Reed. He pitched a very long relief appearance. That is one of the longer relief appearances I've seen at the high school level in the year and 1 game I have done this. So Henry Reed did fantastic up until just moments ago. He still has the lead for his team. We'll see if Reed is subbed in somewhere else. I believe he is cued in to play shortstop. He is behind the mound. So we'll see if Asher Harris can get the final 2 outs. Just a reminder, 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game, whenever that may be, we will have game number 2 of this doubleheader. Linn-Mar still has 2 more outs to get. Asher Harris trying to get the save. It'll be Nick Bryant for the Western Dubuque Bobcats. What a game, folks. This has been such a fun one to watch. Lopsided numbers all around the board. And it'll be the second baseman, Bryant. Bryant tripled all the way back in the 1st inning, so he knows how to find those gaps out there. Runners on 1st and 3rd, 1 away, top 7. Bobcats trail by 1. Asher Harris, the new pitcher for Lin-Mar. The ball gets away! And after 1 pitch from Asher Harris, the ball goes through Dylan Page's legs, and just like that, we are tied. 13 is wild as far as the scoreboard goes. So the scoreboard is almost identical for both sides. 13 runs for both sides, 12 hits for both sides, 2 errors for Western Dubuque, 3 for Lin-Mar. Here's the 1-0. That is hit toward 3rd. Bobbled at 3rd, and there will be no throw to 1st. Throw to 2nd. They got him at 2nd! Great heads-up play from Manny Weiss at 3rd. So the runner is safe at 1st. That'll be a fielder's choice. according to our scorekeeper, about 5 feet to the left of me. So there are 2 away.
First baseman Sawyer Nong.
So score that one a fielder's choice for Nick Bryant. Fantastic heads-up play there by Weiss. He muffed the ball, didn't throw to first, but the runner at second was leading by a little bit too much, and he picked him off. There's strike one. Count is 0-1. Here's the pitch from Sutton. That is hit well out to left field, but playable. And it is caught on the warning track, but the Bobcats come all the way back to tie this ball game. Don't go anywhere, folks. We go to the bottom of the 7th. 13 all. We're in for a wild one, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Leading off the bottom of the 7th for Linn-Mar. Left fielder number 15, Zach Ray.
Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. For those of you who have just joined us, this has been an absolutely nutty ball game. It is 13 all going into the bottom of the 7th. Linn-Mar had a 13-7 lead going into the top of the 7th. The Bobcats battled all the way back. And now Linn-Mar is in a position to walk it off. New pitcher in for the Bobcats. Nick Bryant is on the hill now. Here's the pitch, and that is upstairs for ball number 1. Here's the 1-0, and that is in there for a strike. I apologize, folks. It appears that I've been muted for quite a while.
What?
Thanks, Mom. Don't know how long that's happened, but I apologize. We're in the bottom of the 8th, 16-14. Seems that I'm registering audio now. So sorry about that, folks. 2-0 count now. Here's the 2-0. Outside, ball 3. So Zach Ray looking to get on base for the second time tonight. With Linn-Mar at first. 3-0 is outside, ball 4. The winning run is at the plate. McCade Jelinek.
Designated hitter, McCade Jelinek.
And we'll have a mound visit from Brent Van Tiger. I hope I wasn't off of audio for too long, folks. I sincerely apologize. Getting back into the swing of things after a year off from this.
As long as we were doing it for most of the game, we should be
Yeah, as long as we've had audio for most of the game, I think we've been okay. Runners on first and second, 1 away. McCade Jelinek is up. He has 2 singles today. He also walked in his first appearance. And he takes strike 1. We are in the bottom of the 8th, extra innings. Softball seems to be doing well. They're still in the bottom of the 5th. They're up 11-3 in their first game against the Jefferson Jayhawks, I believe. And glance back to second by Nick Bryant. Count is 0-1. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, ball 1. Should the inning continue, Andrew Knipper is on deck. He's 2 for 5 with a walk, or 2 for 4 with a walk, excuse me. Here's the 1-1. Big swing and a miss there by Jelinek, and that'll make the count 1-2. Winning run is at the plate. You can feel the tension in this ballpark, folks. It is tense here. You can feel the nervous energy by both sides. Here's the 1-2. Outside, ball 2. Jelinek looking to keep the line moving. Here's the 2-2. Fouled away toward the home dugout. Good swing there. Nick Bryant still looking for his first strikeout. Another 2-2. Swung on, fouled away to about the same spot. Regardless of how this at-bat turns out, Jelinek is going fighting. Great at-bat here by McCade Jelinek, fouling off some tough pitches. Runners on first and second, 1 away, bottom of the 8th, extra innings. That ball is hit into right field. That ball is gonna get down! Everybody's safe. Wind blowing in from right field helped the Lions there, and the bases are loaded for Andrew Knipper. That has scored a single into right. The ball has definitely been at the mercy of the wind tonight. We've seen a lot of home runs carried beyond the fence. We've seen a lot of outfielders tied up by the wind. We have had 6 total errors in this ball game. At least half of them have been by outfielders misplaying the ball on the wind. The tying run is at second base, winning run at first. Andrew Knipper is more than capable of tying this game or even winning this game here. A ball into the gap will at least tie the game. Knipper has already singled twice today. 29 combined total hits in this game. Here's the pitch. And just inside for ball number 1. Good take there by Knipper. Should the inning continue, Manny Weiss is on deck. He's had a nice day. That's hit into right. Fair ball! It's going to be at least 2! Runner is going to be waved around. No, he's going to be stopped. The ball gets in, but we are now tied. Andrew Knipper with the clutch Opposite field double. Oh my word, folks, what a ball game this has been. What a treat. Andrew Knipper comes up clutch, and Manny Weiss has a chance to win it here for Linn-Mar. A 2-run double by Andrew Knipper. What an absolutely clutch at-bat, and we're going to have a little strategy meeting here for the Bobcats. That double is absolutely huge. It is a tie game. The double play, at least for force outs, is not in order. Runners at second and third.
You can just feel it in the air.
Oh, yeah.
The tension. Everyone
Cameraman
nervous.
Mason Miller said it. You can feel the nervous energy in this ballpark, folks. I was talking to my compadres in the booth earlier. I said earlier in this game, when we were about halfway through, this is a top 5 game that I've ever watched in this park. This is the best game that I have watched in this ballpark. Greg Gerst will pinch run at third, or courtesy run, the correct term. He is pinch running?
Because he's not for pitcher catcher.
Okay, it will be pinch running because it is not for a pitcher or catcher. He will run for Genelink at third. This is the best ball game I have ever watched in this ballpark, folks.
This is my first.
Yeah, and this is cameraman Mason Miller. This is his first game he's seen here. What a treat he's had tonight. Done a great job on the camera, by the way. But Manny Weiss has a chance to be the hero here in Marion, Iowa on this beautiful Friday night in June. The pitch. Outside ball 1. 1 away. Should the inning continue, it'll be Dylan Page, the catcher. Here's the pitch. That's hit into center field. That is deep. That's over the head of the center fielder. Lions win. Oh my word, what a game. Manny Weiss is mobbed at second base. Ball game over. 17-16, the final score. What a game! And we've still got another in about 25 minutes.
13 hits and 2 errors.
Oh, it's good to be back, baby.
Take a little time between games.
That is a nice game to come back to from college, if I do say so myself. Man, oh man, what an absolute treat of a ball game we just had, folks. Our final score in game 1 of this thriller. Linn-Mar Lions 17. Western Dubuque Bobcats 16. Linn-Mar with 18 hits as opposed to the 13 on the Bobcats side. 4 errors by Linn-Mar, 2 by the Bobcats. Do not go anywhere, folks. If game 2 is even half as exciting as game 1, you're not going to want to miss it. We will pan back to the game as soon as we are ready. About 20-25 minutes in between games. I'm going to eat dinner because it's almost 8 o'clock and I need to eat dinner. Don't go anywhere, folks. Game 2 coming up in about 25 to 30 minutes.
Western Dubuque will be the pitcher, number 4, Garrett Baumhofer.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. Game 2, moments away from starting. Kale Sleazer on the microphone, Mason Miller on the camera. Here is the first pitch, and it is outside for ball number 1, and away we go. Garrett Baumhofer, the pitcher, leading off for the Western Dubuque Bobcats. Here's the 1-0 to him. Upstairs for ball number 2. It's going to be hard to top that game 1, folks. 17-16 in 8 innings. As that ball is outside. 3-0. Nick Bryant batting second once again for the Bobcats. He's on deck. Here's the 3-0, and that is outside for ball 4. That's not the way you want to start for Linn-Mar, as Baumhofer draws the leadoff walk. And here comes Bryant. We'll see if he can get something to happen here. We're going to have a courtesy runner here.
Courtesy runner at first base, number 10, Logan Roches. Now batting second base, number 2, Nick Bryant.
Logan Grotius will courtesy run at first. Here comes Bryant. He tripled in game 1 and also pitched a bit toward the end of the game. Bobcats looking to strike back after that heartbreaking game 1 loss, as that is upstairs for ball 5. Linn-Mar still trying to find the strike zone. Manny Weiss on the mound for Linn-Mar as he misses upstairs, still trying to find the zone. Manny Weiss, the game 1 hero, as he hit that line drive single over the center fielder's head in the bottom of the 8th to win the game. Here's the pitch, and there's a strike. 2-1 the count now. Michael Shipley behind the plate as the catcher in game 2. Here's the pitch, and that is inside for ball 3. Weiss in danger of issuing his second walk here to start game 2. Sawyer Nauman on deck. And that ball nearly hits Brian in the head, ball 4. So back-to-back walks to start the game for Linn-Mar. That's certainly not the way you draw it up.
First base, number 24, Sawyer Nauman.
The triple play is in order. It's been that kind of night. We could see it. It is possible. Sawyer Nauman up now. Manny Weiss still looking to retire his first batter. Here's the pitch. And that ball is absolutely hammered to left. And that ball is way, way out of here. My word. Sawyer Nauman sends one past the light tower in left field. And that is about as good of a start as you can ask for if you are the Western Dubuque Bobcats. It is 3-0. Certainly out for blood after that first game.
You gotta give them credit when credit is due. They are great at hitting the home runners.
Yes, absolutely. If those of you couldn't hear Mason, the cameraman, that's what, their 5th home run today? There's their 5th. Yeah, that is their 5th home run in 1 game and 3 batters. So off to a quick start here. Yeah, this Dubuque team, Western Dubuque team, definitely has power in those bats. The wind is certainly helping them, but even without the wind, they'd still have 2 or 3 homers tonight. But man, that ball, on this level, it is very rare to see a ball off the bat and you just immediately know it's gone as that ball is hit out of play. Everybody in this park knew that ball was gone. The Linn-Mar left fielder barely even moved. He turned back, took about 2 steps, and just gave up on it. That ball was just absolutely hammered by Sawyer Nauman. Count is 1-2 on Brent Van Tiger, and that's a curveball just inside. 2-2. But Western Dubuque wasting no time trying to split this doubleheader. Softball is already done for the night. They got their 2 games in before we were even done with our 1, as that misses upstairs and the count is now full. Weiss looking to retire his first batter after giving up a 3-run shot. That ball is hit far, but foul down the right field line. And we'll have another 3-2. So Manny Weiss brought right back down to earth after walking it off in game 1, giving up a 3-run homer, and that is his 3rd walk already that he just issued. So 3 walks and a 3-run homer so far for Manny Weiss. We're going to have a courtesy runner come in here for Van Tiger. I believe he is catching again for game 2. We'll see who the courtesy runner here is in just a second. It'll be Brady Stainer.
Now batting right fielder number 8, Isaac Ben.
It'll be the right fielder Isaac Ben coming in now. He was the starting pitcher in game 1, gave up 5 runs in only 2/3 of an inning. As that ball is hit on the ground, this could be a double play. And it's dropped at second base, so 2 outs turn into 0. That will be scored an E4, and that is an unfortunate mistake for Linn-Mar early in this one. So runners on first and second, still nobody out. Here comes Tyler Weidenbacher. Wiedenbacher will be the DH in this game 2 to start out at least. Runners getting a modest lead at their stations, as it is now first and second. That ball is popped up foul out of play. So the count is now 0-1. Linn-Mar still trying to get that first out. Western Dubuque is out for revenge after being walked off in game 1. After clawing their way all the way back. That one is popped up foul and out of play in just about the same spot. Count is 0-2. Weiss still trying to retire that first batter. Tyler Weidenbacher waits for the pitch, and here it comes. Swung on and missed, strike number 3. So that is out number 1. Strikeout number 1 for Manny Weiss. And that'll bring up Tucker Nauman. So runners on first and second, 1 away. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike number 1. Good inside fastball there by Weiss. Here's the 0-1 to Nauman, and that is outside. Good stop there by Michael Shipley, the catcher. A lot of great catching tonight on both sides for this game. I was almost certain that ball was going to get away, but Michael Shipley just got right in front of that ball as the count is now 1-1. Here's the pitch. Just upstairs for ball number 2. Weiss trying to stop the bleeding here in the first, as that ball is hit foul out of play toward the right field side. Count is 2-2 as I update the scoreboard. Weiss looking for a second consecutive strikeout here. Here's the pitch. That is hit hard past the diving shortstop. That'll score a run. And it is now 4-0 Western Dubuque on the RBI single from Tucker Nauman. We'll We'll get the scoreboard updated here, and then we'll tell you who's up next. Runners on first and second. Here's the pitch. That is a called strike. On the outside of the zone there. Good pitch by Weiss. Here's the 0-1. On the ground towards shortstop. Another dive, and it'll get past the shortstop once again. Another run will score. It'll be runners at first and second once again, and it is now 5-0 Western Dubuque. So 3 hits and 3 walks, and only 1 away here in the top of the first inning. With the day that we've had here, folks, things can certainly escalate quickly, and Coach Katz is going to come out and talk to his pitcher. There is activity in the Linn-Mar bullpen. We might have a pitching change here, the way that Coach Katz is talking to his hurler. I don't think he's going to be taken out. Still runners on first and second, 1 away. Western Dubuque coming out swinging after being heartbroken in that first game. 17-16 final in 8 innings. First extra inning game that I've seen here at this ballpark. This is game number 1 of my second year in this broadcaster chair. And we will resume play. I believe this is Jake Goodman up next.
Shortstop Jake Goodman.
It is indeed Jake Goodman. Goodman looking to get the 3rd straight RBI single here for Western Dubuque. That is hit foul just out of the reach of the first baseman. So that'll make the count 0-1 on Jake Goodman. We'll already be back to the top of the order should this inning continue with Garrett Baumhover, the pitcher.
This is very similar to the beginning of the last game.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, except that Linn-Mar scored 5 in the top of the first last time, or in the bottom of the first last game, excuse me, as that fastball misses just inside for 1-1. The 1-1 to Goodman is on the corner for strike number 2. Good fastball there for Manny Weiss. Weiss has 1 strikeout. He could get his second one here. Runners on first and second, 1 away, top of the first. The pitch. Nearly hit him. Good catch there by Shipley behind the plate. So the count is now even at 2-2. The 2-2. Hit on the ground, foul toward the third baseline. Good snag there by the Western Dubuque third base coach. And we will do it again. Another 2-2. That is hit hard just over the glove of the shortstop. I believe that's Henry Reed at shortstop. Henry Reed has really laid out his body here in the first inning, but he has just been barely out of reach. So the bases are loaded after that single, and we are back to the top of the order already with Garrett Baumhover with just 1 away here in the top of the first. So Western Dubuque has a chance to really pour it on here. Corner infielders are in for double play depth. Middle infielders are behind the baseline as that misses for ball 1. Beautiful night for baseball. It's starting to cool down a little bit. You can see the sun slowly starting to set. Won't be fully down for probably another hour as that misses outside for ball 2. Manny Weiss trying to get out of a rough first inning as that one is hit right back to him. Throw to the plate, 1 out. Throw to first. In time, double play, inning over. That's one way to do it. Manny Weiss gets out of it, but not before giving up some damage. It's 5-0 in the middle of the first. Linn-Mar will get a chance to strike back right after this. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We're in the bottom of the first. Game 2 of this doubleheader as Dominic Alhava lines one to shortstop, and that'll be a quick out number 1. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Score that 4-3 on the scorecard, and that'll bring up Henry Reed.
Shortstop number 5, Henry Reed.
Henry Reed had a great pitching performance last game despite that rough last inning. Went a long time without allowing a run. Definitely contributed in that Game 1 win as he takes a strike that just clipped the corner there. Reed definitely laid out his body there in the top of the first, but had 3 balls go right by him as that misses just outside on the curveball. 1-1 the count. Kane Deitmeyer on deck. The 1-1 is just in there for strike number 2. Umpires have switched from Game 1. The 1-2. Inside nearly hit Reed, and the count will now be even at 2-2. A lot of crooked numbers in today's ball game. Lots of 5-run, 7-run innings. Western Dubuque put up 5 in the top of the first, if any of you missed it. Here's the 2-2. Down low for ball 3, and it's full count on Reed. Looking to get on base for the man on deck, Kane Deitmeyer. The 3-2. Just outside for ball 4. Good take there by Henry Reed. And Linn-Mar is in business with a runner on first, 1 away. Deitmeyer is the DH for Game 2, at least starting out. Here's the pitch. Big swing and a miss there on an inside fastball. 0-1 on Deitmeyer. The wind has not been kind tonight for either pitchers or outfielders, as that one is hit foul out of play to the left. 0-2. In the top of the 7th inning, Linn-Mar got changed up by a ball that was kind of blown down by the wind and an awkward defensive shift. Couldn't quite play the ball right, but he was certainly not the only outfielder to fall victim, as he fouls that one back to the screen, and we'll have another 0-2. Greg Gerst trots from the on-deck circle. Linn-Mar is the DH for Greg Gerst. Gerst is in center field, I believe, so he will not bat right away, and that one hit him. So Linn-Mar gets the hit by pitch, and Linn-Mar has their first runner in scoring position of this game with cleanup man Zach Ray at the plate.
Left fielder Zach Ray.
Ray is in left field, as he was last game, and hits a sky-high pop-up drifting foul and out of play toward the bleachers down the third baseline. That'll make the count 0-1. Linn-Mar looking to get some runs off the board. That ball is absolutely crushed to left field, but that is going to land foul. That did get beyond the fence. So a few feet more to the right, and it would have only been a 2-run ball game. All of the home runs tonight have been hit by Western Dubuque, but Linn-Mar certainly has some power in their bats. They are more than capable of hitting home runs over that left field fence. Left and right field to the fences are 326, as that is skied high into left center field and caught for out number 2. Runners will hold, and that is out number 2. Score that F7 for those of you keeping score at home. And that'll bring up Andrew Knipper.
First baseman Andrew Knipper.
Knipper is once again at first base. Two away here in the bottom of the first. Linn-Mar looking to capitalize with runners in scoring position as that curveball drops in there for a strike. Here's the 0-1. And that just clips the lower outside corner for strike number 2. Knipper down 0-2 with 2 outs. Needs to protect here. Throw back to second. Runner is safe. Garrett Baumhofer, the man on the mound for the Western Dubuque Bobcats. The pitch. Hit on the ground towards shortstop. Throw to second will be the force. And the inning is over. Linn-Mar threatens but does not score after 1 inning in game number 2. 5-0 Bobcats. We'll be back in just a moment.
been standing for the majority of these games. So.
Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. Nick Bryant will lead it off for the Bobcats as he takes called strike one on the outside. Here's the pitch. And that is down low. No, called strike two. A lot of strikes being called near that lower zone tonight in this second game. Remind your umpires have switched. There's a field umpire and a home plate umpire. They've switched positions. As that one is hit well to right field, but it will be caught on a little bunny hop over in right field, and that will be out number one. So Bryant is retired.
First baseman, Sawyer Nauman.
We'll remind you that Sawyer Nauman had that absolute bomb home run in the first inning to put the Bobcats up 3-0 as that ball misses outside. So score that Bryant fly out in F9 as he flew out to right field. Here's the 1-0 from Weiss. That is outside for ball 2. Here's the windup in the 2-0 from Weiss. And that is just high for ball 3. The 3-0 is down low for ball 4. So that is yet another walk issued by Weiss. Here comes Brent Van Tiger, who walked his first time up, the burly right-handed hitting catcher. I mentioned in game 1, he reminds me of, I believe his name is David Vogelbach in the big leagues. He's a big burly first baseman for the Milwaukee Brewers, built like a tank. It's like the high school version of him. That ball is high. Ball 1. Want to know the count on Manny Weiss, or Manny Weiss throwing the 1-0 as that is on the screen for strike 1. Van Tiger looking to get on base for the second time in game 2. Should the inning continue, Isaac Ben, the right fielder, is on deck. He benefited from an E4 back in the first. 1-1 in the dirt. Good stop there by Michael Shipley, the catcher. I always like giving mad props to the catchers in the game on both sides because playing catcher is not easy to do, folks. It runs in my family. My mom did it, my sister did it, and I did it. Throw back to first. That position is very hard on your knees, and you have to be very aware of what is going on. And you've got to have really quick reaction time back there to stop any wild pitches. And all 3 pitchers we've seen in tonight's doubleheader.
That's a block. That's a block.
And that's hitting to right field, but they called a balk there.
Never stopped. That's a good call.
So interesting turn of events there. Manny Weiss balked on that one, so there's no hit into right field. But Nauman will advance to second base. Interesting turn of events there. I don't think I've ever seen that. I've seen plenty of balks on the major league level, but never one that resulted in taking away of a hit, as that one misses inside for 3-1. But as I was saying about catchers, I always love giving them props because it's a very hard position. It's hard on your knees, and all 3 catchers we've seen tonight, Shipley, Page, and Van Tiger, the man at the plate right now, have all done a tremendous job tonight. And that is up high for ball 4. So yet another walk issued by Weiss. That's the second one he's issued to Van Tiger, and we'll see if Isaac Ben can get a hit here. We'll have a courtesy runner come in for Van Tiger
Courtesy runner at first base is number 19, Brady Stainer.
This is Brady Stainer, courtesy running.
Now batting right fielder Isaac Ben.
And the lefty, Isaac Ben, will take his second plate appearance of Game 2. Here's the pitch. And that'll clip the outside edge for strike number 1. For any of you who missed it, Lin-Mar won Game 1 in a thriller, 17-16 in 8 innings. The lead bounced back and forth all game. It was just a fantastic spectacle of baseball to see, as that swung on and missed toward the outer part of the zone. 0-2. Lin-Mar trying to hold Western Dubuque from scoring any more runs. Runners on first and second, 1 away. Weiss looks back to second. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike number 3. So Ben is retired. That's strikeout number 2 for Weiss. And that will bring up Tyler Weidenbacher.
Designated hitter, Tyler Weidenbacher.
Here's the pitch. Sky high pop-up, drifting foul. The third baseman is under it and makes the catch. Almost dropped it. And the inning is over. Western Dubuque threatens but does not score. We go to the bottom of the second. We'll see if Lin-Mar can scratch back some of those runs. Don't go anywhere, folks.
In the inning, no runs, no hits.
Welcome back to Lin-Mar Baseball. Bottom of the second here in Game 2
Pitcher number 7, Manny Weiss.
of this doubleheader. Manny Weiss, the pitcher, and Game 1 hero, is up to bat. First pitch to him is inside for ball number 1. Weiss had that screaming line drive to center field that went over the outfielder's head to win game number 1 in the bottom of the 8th. As that ball misses outside 2-0. Weiss struggling a little bit on the mound to start off. Put up a 0 in the last frame, though, so we'll see if he gets one more inning. Race Remington was warming up in the Lin-Mar bullpen. He still is. So we might see him next inning, as that one is a called strike. Lin-Mar looking to get on the board. Here's the 2-1. And that is outside for ball number 3 on Manny Weiss, the pitcher. Here's the windup in the 3-1. And outside for ball 4. That'll work. So Manny Weiss is on. That'll bring up Carson Recker.
Second baseman, Carson Recker.
Carson Recker is at second base. I believe he was at first base in game 1 as well. So a lot of walks here early. That's the second Lin-Mar walk. And I believe we're going to have a courtesy runner here at first base. Yes. We'll see who this is in momentarily.
Running at first base, number 8, Gavin Johnston.
This will be Gavin Johnston, courtesy running for Weiss at first base. Here's the pitch. That is high and inside for ball 1. Linn-Mar looking to scratch some runs on the board after being down 5-0 early, as that one clips the corner for strike number 1. Jacob Dooley on deck for the Lions. Has not played yet tonight, as that one is hit into center field. That ball will be caught. Stayed up just long enough. And that is out number 1. Score that F8 on the scorecard. And here is the man at the hot corner at third base, Jacob Dooley, getting his first action of today's doubleheader. Here's the pitch, and that is in there for a strike. Garrett Johnston, the courtesy runner at first. Here's the 0-1, and that'll clip the corner for strike 2. There are certainly a lot more strikes this game being called toward that lower outside corner, which isn't a bad thing as long as the umpire is consistent. And that is check swing toward first, and tagged out. Going to first is Dooley. But Johnston will advance to second, and that is out number 2. We'll call that one a fielder's choice. And here comes the number 9 hitter and the catcher, Michael Shipley. Two outs, runner in scoring position at second base. Shipley takes strike 1 toward the outside. Beautiful night for baseball. Starting to cool down a little bit. Wind blowing in from right. That one is hit up the middle and muffed by the shortstop. A run is going to score. We'll see what that's scored in the score column. A run will score. That will be scored in E6. But Shipley gets in a run. He will not be credited with the RBI, but the ball did go off the bat. And Linn-Mar's on the board. They now only trail by 4. We are now back to the top of the order. Dominic Olhava will come up. He grounded out to second base last time. First pitch to Olhava. Hit hard on the ground towards shortstop. He will not miss that one. Throws to second for the force. And the inning is over. Linn-Mar gets on the board. They cut the deficit to 4. We'll see if they can hold Dubuque Western Dubuque, excuse me. Western Dubuque scoreless in the top of the 3rd. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We're in the top of the 3rd of this second game of tonight's varsity doubleheader. Tucker Nauman will lead it off in the top of the 3rd for the Western Dubuque Bobcats. That team in Dubuque, not the 4 others I rattled off bottom of the 2nd for some reason. That ball's hit well down the left field line, but that'll go foul out of play. Tucker Nauman had an RBI single his first time. Manny Weiss is still in the game. Race Remington is warmed up in the bullpen if Lin-Mar needs to go to him in this inning at all, as that is blocked nicely by Michael Shipley behind the plate, but 1-1 after that ball. Lin-Mar down by 4, looking to keep the deficit at that this inning, as that one does get past Shipley for ball number 2. Weiss has 2 strikeouts, 1 per inning, as that one is just down low for ball number 3. Nauman looking to get on base for the second time. Counts 3-1. Here's the windup and the serve from Weiss. Outside behind Shipley again for ball 4. Good hustle by Shipley to get that ball.
Left fielder number 3, Jaden Seeger.
Here's Jaden Seeger, who was player of the game, in my opinion at least, last game. 2 home runs, 1 3-run homer, 1 2-run homer. He had an RBI single his last time up, so he's certainly padded his stats today as he swings and misses at that fastball toward the outer part of the zone for strike number 1. Weiss looking to string together his second consecutive scoreless inning. Ground ball to shortstop, muffed by, I believe that was Henry Reed at shortstop. I believe that will be scored an error. It will be. So, another Lin-Mar error. Already their second one in 3 innings. So,
Shortstop Jake Goodman.
Seeger will benefit from an E6. And here comes Jake Goodman. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike number 1. The double play ball is in order. The triple play ball is in order. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for tonight's game as that ball skied toward first base and caught. Nice catch there by Andrew Knipper. And that's out number 1. No triple play ball anymore. Unfortunate. That's one of the few things we haven't seen tonight. Back to the top of the order, Garrett Baumhover. Score that last one, F3, fly out to first base. Baumhover grounded into a double play his last time. Home to first on bases loaded as he takes just high for ball number 1 there. Runners on first and second, 1 away, top 3. 5-1 our score, Western Dubuque with the advantage. And good pitch there, called strike on the corner. A lot of corner strikes in tonight's second game. Weiss has not pitched badly by any means. Don't let that 5 in the first inning fool you. A lot of hard hit balls just out of the reach of many Lin-Mar fielders tonight. As that one is popped up toward the line, and no catch there by Manny Weiss. Bobbled and just dropped it down that third baseline, about a foot foul. I believe it would have been an infield fly rule regardless, if it would have landed fair. Count is 1-2 now as I get that scoreboard updated. Baumhover trying to improve from that GIDP earlier. Ground into double play. That one's popped up foul behind the press box. Weiss is in a position to get his 3rd strikeout of the game here. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, good stop by Shipley behind the plate. That'll even up the count at 2 apiece. Nick Bryant is on deck. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Tripled in game 1. Also pitched toward the tail end of game 1. The 2-2. Up high, and that'll make the count full. Count is full on Garrett Baumhover. Force outs at 1st through 3rd. And that is ball 4. A lot of walks in this second game so far. Second one issued to Baumhover. And we're going to have a courtesy runner in here for the Bobcats. We'll see who that is momentarily.
Courtesy runner, first base is number 10,
Logan Brocious courtesy running. And I believe that is going to be it on the mound tonight for Manny Weiss. And it indeed will be it for him. Looks like number 11 will be coming in for Linn-Mar to pitch. We'll announce who that is, and then we'll take a short break.
Coming in to pitch for the Lions is number 11, Andrew Knipper.
Andrew Knipper is coming in for the Lions, so he will shift over from first.
Blake Dobbenmeyer comes in the game to play first base.
And Dobbenmeyer will be at first base. We'll take a quick breather, and we'll be back when play resumes. And we're back.
Second baseman, Nick Bryant.
This is Nick Bryant up for the Bobcats. So with Dobbenmeyer in to play first base, Manny Weiss is now out of the game, as that is ball 1 to Bryant. Bases loaded, 1 away. Andrew Knipper trying to get out of an inherited jam here, as that is fouled back to the screen, which will leave it up the count at 1 apiece. Bryant still looking for his first hit of the game. We're already in the 3rd turn of the order here for the Bobcats, here in the top of inning number 3 in game 2. The 1-1. In the dirt, that sneaks behind Shipley, but the runners will hold. Good hustle by Shipley to keep the runners at their stations. Should the inning continue, Sawyer Nauman is on deck. He had that 3-run monster home run in the top of the 1st inning to get Western Dubuque's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd runs. The 2-1. Big swing and a miss there by Bryant, as the count is now even at 2. We have already seen a double play with the bases loaded by the Lions. Throw to home and throw to first last time. Let's see if they can do it again. 2-2. In the dirt, another good stop by Shipley, and the count is full. Western Dubuque looking to get that run they gave up in the bottom of the 2nd right back. Looking to regain their 5-run lead here. 3-2 serve. Big swing and a miss there. And Knipper gets a big strikeout there, as there are now 2 away.
First baseman, Sawyer Nauman.
So with Bryant fanning on that one, Sawyer Nauman will get another shot here.
If Sawyer gets another one of those home runs right now,
It'll be a tough thing to come back from. I agree, Mason. Mason Miller on camera. That is just down low for ball 1. So let's see. We've seen a solo homer from Western Dubuque. We've seen pretty much every home run type from Western Dubuque tonight, except for the Grand Slam. We heard a loud boom in the distance. I believe those were fireworks. Don't believe there's any lightning in the forecast. It's 2-0 now. Check the weather real fast. Nope, not a cloud in the sky right now. So somebody rattling off fireworks over in the distance about a month early. 2-0 to Nauman. Big swing and a miss. Ball gets away, and runners will advance. A run will score. So a strike on the pitch. But Western Dubuque now leads 6-1. That wild pitch out of the hand of Knipper. So no more Grand Slam is in play. There's the bright side to that. Runners on second and third. So I get that scoreboard corrected. Beautiful sunset here in Marion, Iowa tonight. The 2-1. Swung on right to third base. Throw to first. Is low and gets away from the glove. 1 run has scored. Be waved around. 2 runs have scored. That will be an E5. So a runner on second.
So no Grand Slam, but it was still a pretty
yes.
Productive at bat right there.
Okay, so if I get the scoreboard updated correctly here, it is now 8-1 with a runner on second. With Nauman reaching on an E5. And it is now Brent Van Tiger, the pitcher, or the catcher, excuse me, up now. Van Tiger has walked twice. So Lin-Mar now with 3 errors on the ball game. They had 4 in the first game, but that was over a stretch of 8 innings. They're averaging about 1 error an inning right now. Here's the pitch, and that is foul off the screen. It looks like the count is 1-2 as we get that scoreboard corrected, both in the park and on the stream. A little bit of a discrepancy there, but the count is 1-2. Here's the pitch. Just outside for ball 2. So Western Dubuque is definitely in a good position, at least right now, to split this doubleheader. But if this game is anywhere near as crazy as Game 1, Lin-Mar can certainly come back. That is into right field for a base hit. Runner will be waved around. We might see a play at the plate here. No throw. So that'll be an RBI single for Brent Van Tiger. And it is now 9-1, excuse me. If I could click the correct buttons on the scoreboard. There we go. Now the scoreboard's correct. Courtesy runner coming in for the Bobcats. We'll see who's running for Van Tiger. Nate Altos in for Western Dubuque. Here's Braden Stainer. That is hit well into left center field. That ball's going to get down. One hopper bloop into left center. So, 1 pitch, 1 base. That time for the Bobcats. And I believe this will bring up Tyler Weidenbacher, the DH. Here's the pitch to Weidenbacher. That is a strike. Sun is starting to go down here in Marion, Iowa. Here's the 0-1. And that nearly hit Weidenbacher. Good stop by Michael Shipley. Doing a great job back there tonight. Count is now 1-1. Should the inning continue, Tucker Nauman is on deck. He had an RBI single back in the first inning. Here's the pitch. That is on the ground. Past third and shortstop, and I think that Henry Reed is hurt. I think that ball went off of his face. And the trainer's going to be called out. He's going to get up fairly quickly here. So trying to convince his coach that he's okay. So with that, it's now 10-1. I believe runners are on first and third now, but the main concern is Henry Reed okay? I believe he popped up pretty quick after he was down for a few seconds. I think he was just, yeah, I think they're, yes, it seems that they're checking Henry Reed's teeth. So I think Henry Reed was just gathering himself there for a few seconds. I would have done the same thing. But man, a ball to the face anywhere hurts. So runners on the corners, 2 away, 10-1 Bobcats. Bobcats are now up to 7 hits already. And it looks like that Henry Reed is going to be okay. That is very fortunate. That definitely could have gone a much different way, folks. That did not look good in real time. In real time, it looked to me that hit him square in the nose. That definitely would have made him disoriented for a few seconds there, but a ball to the teeth isn't much better.
Third baseman Tucker Nauman.
So Weidenbacher gets the RBI single. Nauman looking to build on his RBI single previously in the game. Michael Shipley giving signs to the defense over at catcher. Linn-Mar trying to get out of the top of the third, down by 9. As that misses outside for ball number 1. Count is 1-0 on Tucker Nauman. Should the inning continue, home run hitter Jaden Seeger is on deck. Count is now 2-0 on Nauman. Andrew Knipper looking to get out of the inning as that one falls in there for a strike. Inside corner fastball there. Here's the 2-1, and that nearly hit him. Good catch there by Shipley. The count is now 3-1 on Nauman. Western Dubuque putting up 5 runs in the first, and they have put up 5 runs so far here in the top of the third, as opposed to Linn-Mar's lone run in the bottom of the second. 3-1. Big swing and a miss there. Good pitch from Knipper. And the count is now full. Runners on the corners, full count, 2 outs. Top 3 in Game 2 of this varsity doubleheader. Linn-Mar winning a Game 1 thriller, 17-16 in 8 innings. That ball is popped up foul. That'll drift out of play. Just want to give a nod to the fantastic camera work here by my friend Mason Miller. First baseball game for him tonight as far as working the event. He has done a fantastic job on the camera tonight. Camera has been touchy at times, but he's managed to make it work. And want to give a shout out to Ian McKinney and Isabella Sherman that worked the softball games tonight as that misses for ball 4. And the bases are now loaded for the home run hitter Jaden Seeger. And Mason, we said earlier that he might have the grand slam. Deja vu, man. So Nauman with the walk,
Left fielder Jaden Seager.
The only type of home run we haven't seen so far tonight is the grand slam. It is certainly on the table with Jaden Seager here. The pitch. There's the strike. Outside edge fastball that time. Linn-Mar looking to limit the damage. They've given up 5 so far in this inning. Here's the 0-1. Foul. I believe that went off the shin guard of Michael Shipley from the way it sounded from my angle anyway. Count is 0-2 on Jaden Seager. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. So Linn-Mar gets out of the inning without giving up the grand slam. We go to the bottom of the third. Western Dubuque 10, Linn-Mar 1. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball.
Shortstop number 5, Henry Reed.
We'll lead it off with Henry Reed, who is thankfully staying in the game after taking one to the teeth. That one's hit well to right field. That ball is caught. Good hustle there by the right fielder. And that was
deja vu all over again.
deja vu, man. Great hit by Henry Reed, but good defense from Western Dubuque. And that is out number 1. So score that F9 on Henry Reed. Here comes Kane Deitmeyer, the DH, with an HBP so far in this game. Takes high for ball number 1. It has been a glorious day of baseball here at the Linn-Mar Baseball Softball Complex. A big swing and a miss there by Deitmeyer. Linn-Mar winning a Game 1 thriller, the best game I've ever seen inside these walls. 17-16 in 8 innings after coming back being down by 3 as that curveball clips the edge for a strike. Softball girls did pretty good as well. I believe they won at least one of their games of the doubleheader. Forgot to ask my friend Ian McKinney if they won both games, but they wrapped up both of their games before we even started the second one. Softball games seem to go much faster around here than baseball games, but I don't mind that at all. I love being around the baseball atmosphere. And I hope you folks enjoy the sound of my voice as much as I do. And that ball grazes Deitmeyer on the back of the leg. So that is the second HBP by Deitmeyer. That happened to Page. That happened to Page last game. He got hit by a pitch his first 2 at-bats. So here's Zach Ray. It's been a crazy day at the ballpark. Don't count the Lions out just yet. 9 runs is not impossible. It ain't easy, but it's not impossible. That ball is popped up toward the edge of the infield. Second baseman is under it. Catch made, out number 2. So Ray will be retired on the F4, and that'll bring up Andrew Knipper, who grounded into a fielder's choice his previous at-bat.
Pitcher Andrew Knipper.
So Knipper will try and keep the line moving for Linn-Mar, as that ball just misses low. 1-0 the count. Got to give props to Brent Van Tiger catching both games of this doubleheader. Catching one game full is hard enough on the knees. That ball's hitting to right field. Right fielder's not catching that one. That's going to be at least 2 for Knipper. Runner will be waved around. Ball gets stuck at the wall for a second. And Knipper will hold up with a triple. So the outfielders had a little bit of trouble with the ball out there. And Linn-Mar now has their second run on the board. And it is now 10-2 after that RBI triple from Andrew Knipper. And that is the first Linn-Mar hit of the evening. I apologize for not having that first base runner on the graphic. Been a bit slow with the graphics today. Sorry, folks. But here's Dobbenmeyer, the first baseman. He came in with the defensive substitutions that came with Manny Weiss coming out of the game. Weiss came out as the pitcher, then Knipper slid over from first, and Dobbenmeyer took Knipper's spot at first. Here's the 1-0. Big swing and a miss there. Counts 1-1. So runner on third, 2 away. Linn-Mar chipping into that lead, and that misses high for ball 2. Should the inning continue, Carson Recker is on deck. He flew out to center his last at bat. Here's the 2-1. And that'll clip the corner for strike 2. Good pitch by Garrett Baumhofer there. Still looking for his first strikeout of the game. Here in his third inning of work, still looking to notch that first K. And that ball gets away, and a run will score. That's one way to do it. So it's full count. And scoring on the wild pitch is Knipper, and it's now 10-3. Don't count the lines out, folks. There's still a lot of game left. So Dobbenmeyer has a 3-2 count to work with. Nobody on base. Let's see if he can keep the inning going. And called strike 3. Dobbenmeyer doesn't agree with the call, but the call is made. And the inning is over. Linn-Mar shrinks the gap. It's 10-3 going into the 4th. We'll be back after this.
Another change for Linn-Mar now playing shortstop, number 24, Andy Galtal.
Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We got some defensive changes. Andy Altoff.
Leading off the fourth for Western Dubuque. Number 1, Jake Goodman.
Altoff is in at shortstop, and pitching is Race Remington, who we said was warming up in the bullpen earlier. He finally gets to fire that arm out there. Here's the first pitch, which is down low for ball number 1. Here's the pitch to Goodman. That ball is hit hard to left field. That ball is back, and that ball is gone. Oh, they're saying it bounced over the wall. So they're calling it a ground rule double. There's something else we haven't seen tonight. Ground rule double over the left center fence.
That's the bingo sheet.
Yeah, get your bingo cards out, folks. We're scratching off most of the boxes tonight. So, a ground rule double for Jake Goodman, which builds onto the single he had earlier. And here comes Baumhover, who's walked twice and grounded into a double play. If I reset the count on the board there we go. The 0-0 pitch to the pitcher is high for ball number 1. Nick Bryant on deck for the Bobcats. The 1-0. Curves just outside for ball 2. This is Remington's first action in today's doubleheader. He warmed up in the bullpen early in the game. Here's the 2-0. That's a fly ball to left center field. That ball gets away from the center fielder. Runner is going to be sent, and no play at the plate. So that one will be scored, a base hit, and that'll be an RBI double for Garrett Baumhover. And we'll have a courtesy runner. Logan Grotius will courtesy run once again. And it's now 11-3 after that RBI double. Good effort out there by the Linn-Mar outfield. But no dice there, as that's a called strike. Count is 0-1 on Nick Bryant, the number 2 hitter. Sawyer Newman on deck. That ball is hit foul and out of play. Good hustle there by Blake Dobbemeyer at first base. Wasn't anywhere close to getting that ball, but he certainly got a good beat on it and ran all the way until it dropped. So the count is now 0-2. Nine hits so far for Western Dubuque. Whole bunch of walks in there as well. Here's the 0-2. In the dirt, good stop by Shipley, and that's 1-2 the count. So Remington off to a bit of a rocky start here in his relief appearance. Here's the pitch. Popped him up. Shallow infield, it'll be Remington to make the catch. And that's out number 2. F1 on the scorecard, and here comes Sawyer Nauman. Had the 3-run homer earlier in the first inning.
First baseman Sawyer Nauman.
Five home runs today for the Bobcats between the 2 games. As that ball misses low. Ball 1. Runner on second, 1 out, 1-0 count pitch. That is a high fly ball to center field, playable, and caught. Runner will tag and make it to third. And that is out number 2. And that will bring up the burly catcher, Brent Van Tager, who has made it to first all 3 times on 2 walks and an RBI single. So score that one an F8 on Sawyer Newman. The pitch is just outside for ball 1 on Van Tager, who has caught both games of this doubleheader. Sure, that's not easy on the knees. We'll definitely need to ice the knees on the bus back to Dubuque tonight. Not easy catching 2 games, folks. Here's the pitch. That is hit well to right field, but caught. And that ends the inning. Western Dubuque puts up 1. They now lead Linn-Mar by 8. Bottom of the 4th coming up in just a moment. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. Bottom of the 4th here in Game 2 of this Varsity Boys Baseball doubleheader. Carson Recker leading it off for the Lions. Lions down, but not out just yet. First pitch to Recker is a called strike that clipped the corner. Fastball there. Garrett Baumhover still in pitching for the Bobcats, as that one is hit hard but foul out of play toward the right. Linn-Mar with 3 runs, only 1 hit. Don't see that very often. Here's the 0-2, and that nearly hit Recker. He ducked out of the way of that one. That ball makes it 1-2. Recker flew out to center field his last at bat as he takes just outside on that curveball. 2-2. The 2-2. Upstairs, and that'll make the count full. Jacob Dooley, the third baseman, is on deck. He grounded into a fielder's choice his last at-bat. The 3-2. Foul back toward the screen. Recker stays alive and will do it again. Another 3-2 from Baumhover. Upstairs for ball 4. That'll work. Leadoff walk. So that'll bring up Jacob Dooley.
Third baseman number 28, Jacob Dooley.
Dooley looking for his first hit of the day. Did not play in game 1. Here's the pitch. That is outside for ball 1. Lions down by 8. As that ball is taken for strike 1 right at the knees. Carson Wrecker on first base. Gets about a 6-foot lead. The pitch. Outside. Good stop there by Brent Van Tiger. He has done great behind the plate today for the Bobcats. Linn-Mar still looking for their second hit, as that is in the dirt. Another good stop by Van Tiger. Count is now 3-1. Baumhover in danger of giving up back-to-back walks to start off this inning. The 3-1. That is hit in the air to right field. That ball will get down. Misjudged a bit by the right fielder. We'll see what that scored. That is a base hit. Hit number 2 on the night for the Lions in game 2. So it is runners on first and second with Michael Shipley, the catcher, coming up. Shipley benefited from an E6 his last time as he hits one into right field for a base hit. Runner will be waved around, and he will score with no throw. Michael Shipley, the number 9 hitter, comes through. Linn-Mar only down by 7. Stranger things have happened, folks. This game is not over by a long shot. That is Linn-Mar's 3rd hit to complement their 4th run.
Courtesy runner at first base, number 8,
Gavin Johnston will run for Shipley at first. And here comes Olhava, who is 0 for 2 in game 2. And I believe Baumhover is looking at the scouting report on the card. Runners on the corners, nobody out here in the bottom of this 4th, so Linn-Mar certainly has a chance to start to close this gap. Big swing there by Olhava, but he fouls it away. One of the few things we haven't seen tonight is a home run from Linn-Mar. We've seen 5 from the Bobcats between these 2 games. Olhava doesn't have the most power in the world, but if he hits it in just the right spot, just maybe, as that ball is upstairs for 1-1. And that ball is taken for ball 2. Count is 2-1 on the leadoff man, Olhava. Runners on the corners. The pitch. Foul back toward the camera. And that'll even up the count at 2 apiece. Andy Altoff on deck for the Lions. He will get his first at-bat of the day very soon. The pitch. Smacked on the ground toward shortstop. Throw to second, 1 out. Over to first. Not in time. The run will score. And Olhava will get credit for the RBI. So call that an RBI fielder's choice. 1 down now, and Linn-Mar only down by 6.
Shortstop number 24, Andy Altoff.
So Altoff has a chance to keep the line moving here as he swings and misses at a fastball toward the inner part of the zone for strike number 1. The 0-1. And that clips the corner for strike number 2. Should the inning continue, Kane Deitmeyer, the DH, is on deck. He's been hit by a pitch twice in this game as Altoff strikes out swinging. That's out number 2. Apologize for not updating the out graphic there. I knew I forgot to click a button there. Sorry about that, folks. Haven't been great with the scoreboard today. But it is indeed correct now. 2 away for Kane Deitmeyer.
Now batting center fielder Greg Gerst.
It's going to be Greg Gerst batting for himself now. And that ball gets behind Gerst. Olhava will take second. So Gerst is now batting for himself. Dubuque was DHing for Gerst. He was in center field to start the game. He's now batting. He takes down low for ball 2. Two-0 to Gerst. Down low for ball 3. Fun fact, I swam with Greg Gerst on the swim team for a few years. Great guy, hard worker. And he thought he had ball 4 there. But took strike 1 on the inside. But Greg Gerst, stand-up guy, very hard worker. Does what's best for the team. The 3-1. That one is inside for ball 4, so number 4 will walk down on ball 4. Runners on first and second. And if a ball is hit in the right spot here, Lin-Mar only trails by 4. And Western Dubuque is going to have a mound meeting here. Lin-Mar has scored 5 runs in the last 3 innings. They're slowly clawing their way back. And we might have a pitching change here, I think. Maybe not. There's definitely some strategy being talked about here. Runners on first and second, 2 away, bottom 4. Lin-Mar trails by 6. It's been a long day of baseball, but a good day. Lin-Mar winning game 1. Extra inning thriller, 17-16. Walk-off hit by Manny Weiss. Screamer over the center fielder's head. So the Bobcats will disperse, and they will try and handle Zach Ray, who has flown out twice. So Ray has a chance to get at least 1 here if he deposits 1 into the gap. And Gerst isn't the fastest man in the world, but he certainly has some speed there at second. They courtesy run him for a reason very often, and they're going to say he went on the swing. Throw to third, gets into left field. O'Hava's going to score. Gerst to second. That'll work. So the count is now 0-1. O'Hava just took off toward third with no hesitation. Van Tiger wasn't ready for it. That'll be a throwing error on him. So Lin-Mar now only down by 5 as that ball misses inside. 1-1. Baseball's a crazy game, folks. We saw it in game 1. Both sides had a multi-run lead at one point of at least 3, 4, or 5. That ball misses downstairs, but both sides found a way to claw back, and all of a sudden, Lin-Mar is now within 5 after being down 10-1 at one point. So they've outscored Western Dubuque 5-1 in the last few innings, as that misses outside for ball 3. Should the inning continue, Andrew Knipper is on deck. He had that RBI triple earlier in this game. The 3-1. Down low, ball 4, ball gets away. Gerst rounds third. So that'll be ball 4. Gerst advances to third on the wild pitch. And I think our scoreboard operator and public address announcer, Mike, called it here. We are likely going to see a pitching change. That's what it's looking like from the body language of Baumhover. And we will have a pitching change. We will see who it is. So it's 11-6. Runners on the corners. 2 away here at the bottom of the 4th. The tying run is in the hole. It's not out of the realm of possibility. So Ray draws the walk on that last one. We'll see who gets subbed in here. We'll let you know who subbed in before we hop to a quick break here. Looks like it will be number... There's the zoom in, Mason. Oh, maybe not. Who... We're playing Wheel of Pitchers here. Who's behind the big burly man, Van Tiger? I think we're deciding who's going where here before we have the pitcher. Number 3 is going to run back in. I believe that's Jaden Seager running back in.
He's going to be a good pitcher.
And Seager will indeed be the pitcher. We've got it figured out now, folks. We'll be back in just a second after Seager warms up. And we're back. Race Remington in the box for the Lions. Remington is batting in the spot of Blake Dobbenmeyer, I believe, as that pitch misses way outside for ball number 1. That ball misses, and throw to the plate. Safe! The ball popped out of the glove. I don't know, folks. This is getting interesting. So more great base running by the Lions. The double steal was on. Usually when you have a runner on third, runners at the corners, and the runner from first steals, you usually don't throw that ball to second because the runner at third will come home. That's exactly what Brant Van Tiger was baited into doing. And now it's a 5-run ball game as that one is fouled back to the screen. So Remington is getting his first at-bat of the game. Count is 2-1 after that foul ball. 3-1 after that ball that missed the outer edge. Linn-Mar has put up 4 runs in this inning, 2 in the third and 1 run in the second. It is not out of the realm of possibility for them to come back in this game as that misses for ball 4. Runners on first and second. And now the tying run is on deck. Here comes, we'll see who this is.
First baseman Blake Dobbenmeyer.
This will be Blake Dobbenmeyer. And that will be called strike 1. Look back to second by Seager. What a crazy doubleheader this has been as that ball is fouled off. Neither team is counting themselves out. Both sides have multi-run leads in the first game. Linn-Mar down early in this second game, but they are clawing their way back as the tying run is on deck here in the bottom of the 4th. And that ball misses down low. Count is now 1-2 as I get that scoreboard updated. Here's the 1-2 from Seager. That is just a bit inside. Runners will advance. And I'm just glad nobody was hurt on that one. That was nowhere close to any strike zone in this area. Count is now 2-2. Seager did not look great warming up. He has not really found the target all that much so far. So the force outs at the infield are not in play anymore. The only play is at first if you're looking for a force out here if you're the Bobcats. 2-2, and did that hit him? No, but it was very close. So Dobbenmeyer in right now, and that misses ball 4. The bases are loaded for the Lions. Hey, we've got an interesting situation. The tying run is at the plate. Carson Recker.
Second baseman, Carson Recker.
If Linn-Mar can get 2 runs here and even end the inning after that, they will be in a very good situation compared to where they were 20 minutes ago. As that one kisses the inside for strike number 1. This is a very crucial at-bat in this game. Linn-Mar can keep the momentum going, or Western Dubuque can quell it right here. That ball is hit into right field, caught by the first baseman. Just about got over his head, but the inning is over. But the Lions make it much more interesting, dropping 4 runs. And we are a grand slam away from a tie game. 11-7 going into the 5th. Don't go anywhere, folks. This game is not even close to being over. Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. We have a lot of substitutions that we honestly can't keep track of them all, so we'll do our best throughout the game. Remington, I believe, is still on the mound for Linn-Mar. I'm getting the nod from Mike, yes. That ball is fouled out of play. So I'll make the count 0-2. But Linn-Mar certainly making it more interesting. For those of you just joining us, Linn-Mar was down 11-3 going into the bottom of the 4th. They cut the lead in half. They're now only down by 4 as that ball misses just low for 1-2. Remington looking for a strikeout here. Popped him up. Drifting toward foul territory, toward third base. It'll be the third baseman to make the catch. Just about dropped it. But the catch is made, and that is out number 1. We'll see who's up next here for Western Dubuque. As that ball misses down low for ball 1.
Designated hitter Tyler Weidenbacher.
And this is Weidenbacher batting. for Western Dubuque as that ball misses inside 2-0. Weidenbacher does have an RBI single in this second game. And he takes strike one on the corner there. The 2-1. Swung on, cranked to left field, but foul. That almost hit the light tower over there by the bleachers. So the count is 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. So that's strikeout number 1 for Race Remington. Weidenbacher's retired, and I believe this is Tucker Nauman coming up next. And it is indeed Tucker Nauman in the hot corner at the moment, third base. First pitch to him, fouled back to the screen. So 2 quick outs here in the top of the 5th. Pop out to third and then a strikeout. Here's the 0-1 from Remington. Check swing on the ground towards shortstop. Throw to first in time. Quick top of the 5th for the Lions, and they'll get right back on offense after only a few minutes. We're through 4.5, and it is 11-7 Western Dubuque. Don't go anywhere, folks. Still a lot of game left.
On the bottom of the 5th for Linn-Mar. Third baseman number 28, Jacob Dooley.
Welcome back to Linn-Mar Baseball. Jacob Dooley will lead off the bottom of the 5th for the Lions. Has a single in 2 at-bats. Did not play in game 1. Here's the pitch. Outside ball 1. Me and the fine workers in the booth have been talking about the keys to win this game. It's a battle of endurance at this point. A lot of subs in so far as that pitch is behind Dooley for ball number 1. Seager has not looked all that sharp. He's had a lot of balls that have just not been anywhere close to the zone. He didn't look great during warm-ups, as I mentioned earlier. So, like I was saying, it is a battle of endurance at this point. I mean, it doesn't help that both of these sides played an extra inning to start out, and doubleheaders on their own are really hard to pull off winning both games, just with how much endurance and perfection it takes, as that last pitch missed outside 3-0. And that one is behind Dooley for ball 4. So you can definitely see the fatigue setting in. Dooley rounding first. He will stay at first. Wise decision there. He would not have made it to second. Brant Van Tiger has been pretty much the only man on both sides that has stayed in his same position all day. And he has just been the Iron Man today. Van Tiger behind the plate for Western Dubuque has been doing a great job catching. Throw back to first, no play. Michael Shipley in now. He had an RBI single his last at-bat. Wasted no time. I believe he did that on the first pitch. Speaking of first pitch, that is fair ball. That's going to be at least 2 down the left field line for Shipley. Waved around third, and going home is Dooley. That'll be a run. Oh, possibly. I believe we've got a ground rule double. The ball got stuck under the fence. So we'll see. We'll see where they put Dooley. They're calling a ground rule double. And Dooley's going to go back to third. So a little bit of misfortune there for the Lions. But they are in business, second and third, nobody out. So that is our second ground rule double of the day. So Michael Shipley, off the bench, has done phenomenal today. GRD. And here is Caden Michael getting his first action of the day. Believe he's subbed in for Dominic Alhaba in center field. That ball gets away! And Dooley will trot into home. He hesitated a bit. So now Dooley gets the run scored, and it is a 3-run ball game. Man, oh man, I'm going to remember this day for a long time, folks, if Linn-Mar can come back here. On top of that first game.
Running at third base for the Lions is number 3, Connor Ward.
What an absolute blessing of a doubleheader we have had today, folks. Baseball is beautiful. I love this game so much, and I'm sure many of you do too. As that ball is grounded to shortstop, throw to first is late! Good hustle there! Nobody's out, and Linn-Mar's within 2. What fantastic hustle from Caden there. And here comes Toby Altoff. It is a 2-run ball game. Here's the pitch to Altoff. That misses outside, ball 1. The tying run is at the plate after Linn-Mar was down 10-1 going into the bottom of the 4th. Throw back to first, no play. But it has just been an offensive juggernaut of a day. And Linn-Mar managed to edge the first game out. That ball is inside. Good stop there by the catcher, Van Tiger. So the count is now 2-0. There is no activity in the Bobcat bullpen, but we will have a mound meeting. So Toby Altoff will get some words of wisdom from the third base coach. And the Bobcat coaches on the other side will talk strategy, trying to hold on to this lead. And we're going to have a new pitcher. They're calling in an outfielder. So we will see who this is momentarily. We're having trouble keeping track of all these substitutions, folks, so we apologize if we don't get the names off right away. We will get you the new pitcher. It looks like it will be number 16 in red. If he holds on to the ball here.
Carson Schute. S-C-H-U-T-E.
Believe it is one Carson Schute. S-C-H-U-T-E, we believe. Pitching.
Now pitching for Western Dubuque, number 16, Carson Schute.
Well, Carson Schute, or Schute, however we pronounce it, is in the game for Western Dubuque. We'll let him warm up for a minute. We'll be back in just a moment. And we're back. And that ball is in there for strike number 1. It is a 2-0 count before that pitch, so it is now 2-1. Carson Schute now pitching for the Bobcats. That ball is fouled out of play. And that'll even up the count at 2-2. So Schute getting to work. Evening up the count right away as Seager just struggled from the get-go when he came out. That ball is fouled back, and it'll be caught by Van Tiger for out number 1. So score that an F2 on... I believe that was...
Now batting number 4, Greg Gerst.
I'm honestly not quite sure who that was, folks. That just batted. Greg Gerst now. That was Toby Altoff that just batted. Thank you, Mike. But Greg Gerst now up. That is outside for ball 1. Want to know the count on Gerst. He walked his first time up. Swing and a miss there by Gerst on a high fastball. It is hard to hit those high fastballs, to react to that pitch and then get your bat up all the way. High fastballs are one of the hardest pitches in the game to hit because you just have so little time to get your bat up that high. 1-1. Swing and a miss there once again by Gerst. Schutte mixed it up and went from high and middle to low and away on that fastball. That's also a tricky adjustment to make. Count is 1-2 on Gerst. It is a 2-run ball game. And Gerst is hit. So the leading run is now at the plate for the Lions after Gerst is plunked by that ball. And I believe we have another pinch hitter here. And it is Gavin Johnston. He has been a courtesy runner most of the day. I believe he is in left field for Ray. So Johnston gets his first at-bat of the day. Big swing and a miss there. High heat. So runners on first and second. 1 away. The leading run is at the plate for the Lions. And that is a called strike. That clips the corner, 0-2. It has been a long night of baseball, but a good one, folks. We've been treated to a beautiful doubleheader. That ball is fouled off to the screen. Good cut there by Johnston to stay alive, and we'll do another 0-2. Johnston looking for his first hit of today's doubleheader in his first at-bat, and we're going to have time called by Van Tiger as he talks it over with his pitcher, Schutte. Should the inning continue, Race Remington is due to come up. I believe he is on the on-deck circle. But he is due up if Gavin Johnston were to keep the inning going somehow here. Barring he grounds into a double play. The 0-2. Just upstairs for ball 1. Good take there by Johnston. Just missed that upper outside corner. Count is 1-2. Gerst is the tying run at first. And that is upstairs. Ball gets away. Runners will advance. So a misplay there by Van Tiger. I'm sure there's some fatigue setting in with him. He has been out there catching all day long. And you just have to give him credit for muscling it out there as a catcher. That is the hardest position to play for a prolonged amount of time. Especially during a doubleheader, hot, humid day like today. I'm sure he enjoys having the sun down, less humidity, and all that catcher's gear. It gets real hot in that catcher's gear, folks. Big props to Van Tiger for playing this entire doubleheader so far. 2-2. Curveball upstairs, ball 3. Linn-Mar only down by 2 after trailing 10-1. At one point in this second ball game. The pitch. Fouled back behind the press box. And we'll have another 3-2. Good battle here between Schutte and Johnston. You can feel the energy slowly starting to build in this ballpark. Another 3-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Good pitch there from Schutte. That's his first strikeout. And there are 2 away with Race Remington coming up. If Remington deposits 1 in the gap here, that'll score at least 1. Well, it'll score 2 with runners on second and third. And fouled off to the left for strike 1. A gapper will tie the game. And even if Lin-Mar were not to score here, they still have 6 outs to work with if need be. Just an absolutely gritty performance by both of these teams today, the 0-1. That is into right field. That ball is down! Runners round! We're tied! Lin-Mar comes all the way back from down 10-1. And we're starting over on the scoreboard. Remington comes up clutch with 2 away in the inning. My word, what a doubleheader we've had today.
Number 13, Blake Dobbin.
2-run single. And we'll have a courtesy runner.
Courtesy runner at first base, number 23, Andrew Bose.
This will be Andrew Bose courtesy running for the first time today. But Race Remington with the clutch bloop single on the right field. 2 away, runner on first. The pitch is down low. Big lead there by Bose at first. Van Tiger thought about throwing down there. Count is 1-0 on Dobbenmeyer. Another throw back to first, no play. But we are tied at 11, folks. It has been a glorious day of baseball here on this diamond. There's nowhere on the planet I would rather be right now than calling this game. That ball is fouled and out of the glove of Van Tiger. That'll even up the count at 1-1. I said it earlier, this, and my compatriots in the booth agree with me. This is a battle of endurance at this point. Ball goes down low. Throw to second is high. Good catch by the second baseman to prevent a throw into center there. But the count is now 2-1, and Bose steals second. So the leading run is at second. But this is a game of endurance at this point. It's been a very long day for everybody at the ballpark, especially the players. And Western Dubuque is starting to show that fatigue first, which is why they gave up that 10-1 lead, and that'll be a called strike down low. Should the inning continue, there is someone other than Carson Recker on deck. We will get that information to you if we get that far, and just outside that corner. Full count. Dobbenmeyer trying to keep the line moving. He does have a walk in this second game. The 3-2. Outside ball 4. Lin-Mar keeps the line moving. They scored 4 in the bottom of the 4th. They currently have 4 in the bottom of the 5th. And it'll be Asher Harris batting for Recker. First pitch to Harris just clips the corner for strike 1. I hope you folks at home are enjoying this game as much as we are, because man, oh man, it has been a very long time since I've seen consecutive ball games be this close and this exciting. That ball is hit into right field. That's a fair ball. Rounding third and heading home. Lin-Mar leads 12-1. Oh my. I'm going to lose my voice by the end of tonight, folks, but I am happy to do it. 12-11, Lin-Mar. Harris comes through with an RBI single.
Now batting number 28, Jacob Dooley.
And Dooley has a chance to pile on more. He has a single and a walk so far. Runners on the corners, 2 away as I update that scoreboard. As that ball misses outside, ball 1. I just got a text from Ian McKinney asking if I'm excited. My answer is yes. In case you couldn't tell, I am excited. This is good baseball we're watching, folks. It's hard not to get excited. It's hard to be professional with the noise level. I'm a very loud man. I get very loud when I get excited about baseball. As that misses 2-0. So Linn-Mar, in the last 3 innings, has scored 2, 4, and 5, including the one in the bottom of the second, to get 12 runs. That ball's hitting to left. That's through the gap. 13-11. Runners will stop after 90 feet. Linn-Mar keeps the line moving. Dooley comes through. Yes, Ian, I am a legend. Thank you for pointing that out. Little running inside joke between me and my broadcaster friend Ian McKinney. Sending me texts right now. Runners on first and second. Michael Shipley at the plate. 13-11 is the score. Strike 1 is called. The count is 0-1. Linn-Mar now with 8 hits. 1 away from the Western Dubuque total. The pitch. Hit well, but foul. Over to the right, and it's 0-2. Linn-Mar with 6 runs in the bottom of the 5th. It ain't over till it's over, folks. I said it all game. Never give up on a baseball game. Crazy things happen. That's up high for ball 1. The count is 1-2 on Shipley. And I believe we had a balk called there. So runners will advance 90 feet. I'm not quite sure what happened there. But it is a balk, and there's not much argument coming from the Western Dubuque bench. Maybe he flinched in a spot where we didn't see it. The 1-2 to Shipley. Fouled and out of the glove of Brent Van Tiger. And we'll have another 1-2. If Shipley were to deposit a ball into the gap here, Linn-Mar would have a 4-run lead. The pitch. Outside ball 2. To begin the inning, Linn-Mar trailed by 4. They are now up by 2. They were down as many as 9 runs in this game going into the bottom of the 4th inning. Or the bottom of the 3rd, excuse me, as that misses high. Full count on Mike Shipley. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Shipley goes down swinging. But Linn-Mar, with the absolute rally, takes the lead. Up 13-11 after 5. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is an electric doubleheader. You do not want to miss it. Welcome back to Linn-Mar baseball, folks.
Now batting number 3, Jaden Seeger.
Here's Jaden Seeger. Folks, the only word that I can use to describe this doubleheader today is immaculate, as that ball is lined and caught to left field for out number 1. But we have just seen absolute iron willpower from both of these teams tonight as they fight their way through this doubleheader. Score that one, L7 off the bat of Jaden Seeger, and now it is Jake Goodman coming in. He is 1 for 2. Race Remington still pitching for Linn-Mar as that just misses high for ball 1. Linn-Mar down by as many as 9 runs in this game. Clawed all the way back, now up 13-11 here in the top of the 6th. And that'll paint the edge for strike 1. And regardless of how this game turns out, I just want to give absolutely huge props to both of these teams who are just absolutely battling all night long. That ball's hit well to left. That one will be caught. But I cannot recall in my life, other than the Cubs World Series back in 2016, where I have enjoyed and just been so impressed with 2 consecutive baseball games in a row, doubleheader or otherwise, on any level. It has just been immaculate, and we're getting it all in one night. That misses high.
Batter, Garrett Baumhauer.
This is Garrett Baumhauer. We're disregarding positions at this point because everybody is literally shifting half of the defense at the beginning of every inning. Count is 2-0 as I get that scoreboard updated. Sorry about that, folks. 2-0 pitch. Just outside for ball 3. So 2 quick outs to the left fielder. But Remington now behind 3-0 as he throws pitch number 4 of the at-bat. That is a called strike toward the bottom of the zone. If the bottom of the 6th is anything like last game, Linn-Mar needs to get some insurance runs. Their next turn at bat. Ground ball to third. Cleanly gloved. Inning over. A quick half inning for Linn-Mar. Just what the doctor ordered. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Linn-Mar will have a chance to tack on some insurance runs before the final 3 chances for Western Dubuque. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's going to be a wild finish. Welcome back to Linn-Mar baseball. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Linn-Mar looking to tack on some insurance.
Leading up the bottom of the 6th to Linn-Mar, number 25, Caden Michael.
Caden Michael getting his second at-bat of the game for Linn-Mar. Linn-Mar needs some insurance before going to the top of the 7th. That misses outside, ball 1. There is no activity in the Linn-Mar bullpen. Remington has been doing fairly well since he came in, so he will likely try and finish the game as that ball misses just high for ball 1. Count is 2-0. Sorry, folks. Been a bit off on the scoreboard today. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Now it is 2-1. Linn-Mar ahead 13-11. Western Dubuque out hitting Linn-Mar 9-8, but Linn-Mar has 3 errors as opposed to Western Dubuque's 2, as that is swung on and missed. Fastball toward the upper outside corner. Count is now 2-2. Both teams tapping into their reserves right now, just trying to finish the game. Breaking ball outside, and that'll be 3-2, the count. Here's the wind in the 3-2. Downstairs, ball 4. So Linn-Mar picks up right where they left off and gets a leadoff base runner. And here comes Toby Altoff now for the Lions. Altoff, the lefty, crowding the plate a little bit, just like his teammate Dylan Page, reminiscent of Anthony Rizzo in the majors. Nearly gets hit in the head there. Good reflexes there from Altoff to duck under that one. Count is 1-0. Here's the pitch, and that clips the corner for a strike. 1-1 the count. Linn-Mar looking to tack on some insurance before the Dubuque half of the 7th. The pitch. High fly ball into left, playable, and caught for out number 1. If that ball would have been hit in that spot a few hours earlier, it may have carried a bit more with the wind. But that will be scored. An F7 off the bat of Toby Altoff, and here comes Greg Gerst, who's had a decent game too. Started off as the center fielder, got DH'd for by, I believe it was Kane Deitmeyer. I believe Gerst has gotten on base twice so far as he takes ball 1. Linn-Mar looking to hold on to sweep this doubleheader after being down 10-1 earlier in the game. That ball is down low. Good stop by Van Tiger. He has been, I've said it before and I'll say it again, he has been just an absolute warrior behind the plate today. It is so difficult to be a catcher for one game, let alone 2 in a day. He's really been the only man in the entire game who stayed in the spot he's in all day. That is high for ball 3. So regardless of how this game goes, if I were the Western Dubuque coach, I would give Van Tiger the most sincere and attaboy pat on the back that I absolutely could after this game. And that is strike number 1. Gerst taking all the way there. Not the worst thing in the world on a 3-0 pitch. (3-1) to Gerst. Up high, ball 4. So 2 walks in 3 batters. Runner in scoring position. Here, I believe this is Gavin Johnston up for the Lions. Johnston has done well in game 2. He has courtesy ran a lot of today in both games. Here's the pitch. Bunt by Johnston. A good bunt. He will be out at first, but he did his job. Runners advance. So 2 down after the sacrifice bunt by Johnston. That's the first bunt we've seen today. And that'll bring up Race Remington, who has had an absolutely amazing second game. Deposited a crucial 2-run single in his last at-bat and has pitched very well in relief. That ball misses down low. Remington has a chance to add 2 more, as a base hit to the outfield will score 2 and double that 2-run Linn-Mar lead. Here's the 1-0. And that hit him. I'm surprised that Remington is running that well after where that hit him. That hit him right below the knee. So it'll be courtesy runner time now for Remington. Andrew Bose is back on base. And here is Blake Dobbenmeyer. Bases loaded, 2 away, bottom 6. Linn-Mar needs some insurance here. And that is strike one on the edge. Throw back to second. He's going to be out by a mile. So a base running mistake by Greg Gerst at second will end the inning for Linn-Mar. We go to the top of the 7th. Lions looking to sweep the doubleheader. 13-11, the advantage for the Lions. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's going to be good.
Leading off second baseman, number 2, Nick Bryant.
Here we go, folks. Top of the 7th. Nick Bryant batting. Over to center field. One down. One pitch, one out. Remington is still in the game for Linn-Mar. That is just what the doctor ordered. If you race Remington, I'm sure he's not feeling 100% after taking that pitch below the knee.
Number 24, Sawyer Nauman.
And here's Sawyer Nauman for the Bobcats. Here's the pitch. Outside. Squirts out of the glove of Shipley. They'll throw back to Remington with a new ball. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Called strike one. Just clipped the inside edge. Here's the 1-1. Swung on line. Caught by the shortstop, Althoff. What a catch! And the Lions are 1 out away from sweeping the doubleheader. I hope you folks at home are as excited as me because this has been just an amazing, amazing doubleheader. Here's the pitch. Outside for ball one. Race Remington has pitched wonderfully in relief. He had a clutch 2-run single earlier. That ball is hit into right field, and that one will drop. So Van Tiger, the burly catcher, is on base. Not the worst thing in the world. Courtesy runner will come in for Van Tiger. The tying run does come to the plate, but there are 2 away. Force out at second if need be. Here's the pitch. And that is down low for ball one. Courtesy runner thought about going, but stayed.
Courtesy runner first base is Nate Altos.
Nate Altos, courtesy runner. Braden Stainer batting for the Bobcats now. The 1-0. That is hit into left center field. That ball will get down. Gloved by the center fielder. Runner is going to be sent home. No, he's going to stop. So runners on second and third now. The tying run is in scoring position. And if your heart is not beating out of your chest right now, you have not been paying attention. Because this is just, for me, heart-wrenching. This doubleheader today, folks.
Now batting number 6, Jack Clemens.
Jack Clemens has a chance to be a hero for Western Dubuque. Rice Remington looking to shut it down. The pitch. Called strike one on the edge. Keep in mind, if Western Dubuque were to tie or take the lead, Linn-Mar will have a chance to bat in the bottom of the 7th. Count is 0-1. The wind-up and the pitch from Remington. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And Linn-Mar is 1 strike away from sweeping the doubleheader after being down 10-1 earlier in this game. I'm on the edge of my seat, folks. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3! Linn-Mar sweeps the doubleheader! High fives all around the booth! What a day of baseball! Oh my word!
Final score of the second game of the doubleheader, Linn-Mar 13, Western Dubuque 11.
5.5 hours later, we have a swept doubleheader. It will be a wonderful night
Thank you all
for the Linn-Mar baseball team.
The Linn-Mar baseball team is back in action in about 12 hours. Tomorrow. Back here tomorrow, they have a JV Varsity doubleheader against Pleasant Valley.
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
Thank you all for coming tonight. Drive home safely.
All right.
Thank you, folks, so much for joining me and the crew today. Mike Condon, the PA announcer, Mason Miller on the camera, still doing his job after the game's over. Mason Miller, Isabella Sherman working the softball games on the other ends.
My name's Mason.
What's that?
Is my name Mason?
I was in 2 places at once.
Ian McKinney. I apologize. It's been a long day, folks. I'm butchering everything now. But it has been such a blessing to come back to this job. I want to give a sincere thanks to David Brown and Tanya Moe for inviting me back for a second year of this broadcasting. I absolutely love doing stuff like this. I hope to do this professionally one day. And I hope I entertain you folks at home. So thank you so much for joining me and the rest of the crew tonight. I'm Cale Sleazer signing off. Stay safe out there, folks.